Okay, Hillary, are we all set here? Do we have everybody, all of the board is on, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, then I will call this first meeting of 2021 of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. We are live streaming this meeting on YouTube. We want to ensure our viewers online can follow along with today's meeting. So before we start, I'll go over some familiar housekeeping tips to keep us on track. Everyone participating or presenting, please silence your cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to use the mute feature when you are not speaking. If your video is enabled, feel free to disable if you need to step away. And don't hesitate to use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF support team in Salem during the meeting as needed. For those joining us online, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations. After an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function and I will call on you. I'm sure that Hillary will help make sure that I don't miss any of those. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open up the floor for board discussion and additional questions. We have one decision item available for public testimony today, which is item 2, the 2020 to 2022 board work plans revision discussion. So after the staff presentation, the public comment period will begin for those who signed up. Commenters will be provided 3 minutes each to offer testimony. Following public comments, board members may have follow-up questions for the presenters as we begin our discussion. Board members, we will use the roundtable approach for the voting process, which has seemed to work well at our previous meetings. Additionally, for members of the public, we ask that if you would like to submit written testimony for this meeting's information items and enter it into the record, please send in your comments by January 20th. This will help in preparation of our board's meeting minutes. So any questions from board members on any of this? Okay, if none, I will perform a roll call to confirm that we have a quorum for today's items. Joe Justice.
Here.
Jim Kelly.
Here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And I'm Tom Imison. I'm here, so we do have a quorum today. And our next item of business is the consent agenda items. So I'd first ask if there's a motion to accept consent items A through F.
Yeah, this is Jim. I would like to make that motion, but I have a few comments first.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
I guess I'm a little had been a little confused with the two OFFRI presentations, and I'm assuming that these are on the consent agenda merely for us to acknowledge receipt of them. And I've got some thoughts about both of them. First, I would like to say that I thought that they both had good, useful information. And I also remember that shortly after I came on the board, the first time I saw from OFFRI, they had the little booklet that they were producing every year about the state of forestry in Oregon. And I had noted at the time that it did not mention climate change or carbon. And so to me, it's really encouraging to see them doing this at this point. That seems like real progress. But I would also like to mention that although useful, these presentations offer us an industry slant. And for me, I think it's mostly about what is missing in the reports or the conclusions, rather than as much as it is about what's in them. A couple of examples: the Trees to Tap touts the real progress that has been made in recent decades. And that's all true, but it does not even mention the challenges we face with water quality as it relates to endangered species of fish. That is such a big issue for it. us, nor does it mention the PR and political challenge that any herbicide spraying and residue in drinking water presents, regardless of what one thinks of the actual level of danger. And obviously, this is quite a different picture of the one painted by Tony Schick and Rob Davis in the recent Oregonian OPV ProPublica article. And similarly, the carbon presentation mentions the possibility that real progress can potentially be made with programs targeting small woodlot owners on carbon. But I noted that it ignored the much larger progress that could be made if changes were made to industrial forestry. So for me, all of this is to say, while I found these presentations useful and I respect the academic research behind them, I think the public would be better served if this information was presented without the industry filter. Especially in light of recent revelations about OFRI. And maybe it'll be appropriate to have at some point some conservation voices have a chance to comment on both of these reports, perhaps just in writing. Anyhow, thanks for listening.
Yeah, Tom, could I?
Yeah, I have a couple of other hands up here before we go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But I'll note yours too, Joe, but Brenda has her hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I just want to support Jim's comments. Everything he said, I agree with. I would also point out that the carbon report does not address how to sequester carbon while minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. And so that was another area that I thought was probably a little bit of a pro-industry slant. But the other thing I wanted to comment on the consent agenda was the committee structure. And I have no opposition to the proposed new committee member let's see, it would be item C.
Yeah, okay.
But I would offer that that ODF really should be providing guidance to those people responsible for selecting committees to be sure that the committee structure is represented by people of all demographics and identities in the state of Oregon. Try to have diversity be a primary characteristic of diversity of committee membership.
Okay. Thank you. And Joe?
Yeah, as far as the committees, Brenda, I served on the Regional Forest Practice Committee and for a number of years, and it is difficult to find people to participate on those committees and to get participation. But I don't disagree that having a broader range of diversity on those committees would help benefit those committees overall. So I agree with you, Brenda, but I do know the challenges of getting people to participate on those committees and engage in those committees meaningfully. I thought I was very impressed with the OFRI articles. I thought, their mission is education. Their mission is to present information in a digestible fashion, to educate about forestry and the forest products industry. And I thought they did an excellent job of that. And I think I was frankly very impressed with those publications that they produced. And I think that they are in talk. And I agree with Jim in talking about carbon and bringing that forward and how important that is to the state of Oregon. I just want to commend OFRI for the work they've done in putting that together and putting together that information, primarily from OSU and the academic community that's doing that research. And I think always there's more with any kind of research, any kind of publications that you could put forward. But I just want to say I was very impressed with those publications. I thought OFRI did an excellent job. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And so, Jim, were you making that motion? I want to go back to you because I thought that's what you indicated you would like to do.
Yes, I'm making a motion that we consent on this consent agenda.
I would second, Tom.
Okay. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Then I'll just call the roll of our, it's a short roll. I want to acknowledge that. On this item, Joe Justice,
Aye.
Jim Kelly,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
Aye.
and Tom Imison also votes aye. So those are the consent motion is agreed to. We'll now move to the State Forester Board comments. Peter.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning. Happy New Year, everyone. As I look back on 20, I would characterize it as a strange and challenging year filled with dramatic and unprecedented events. The year began with hope that the recommendations from the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response convened by the governor in 2019 would be acted on at the legislative. While the session ended with no action being taken on the package, the governor's recommended budget for 2021-23 does propose funding those recommendations. By March, the global pandemic of COVID-19 had reached Oregon, prompting the governor to issue stay-at-home orders to try to quell rising case numbers.
Are we having a bit of a problem? Are other board members having a bit of a problem with the audio here?
That's why I paused. Can you hear me all right?
It was breaking up a bit,
Breaking up, yeah.
but
Maybe I'll stop the video and see if that helps.
okay, thanks.
So in March, the global pandemic had reached Oregon, with the governor issuing stay-at-home orders, and state employees who were ordered to work from home. Our staff quickly moved public meetings and hearings to virtual platforms, as well as our trainings and staff meetings. At the governor's request, our incident command system members helped organize the state's COVID response. We deployed all three of our IMT command and general staffs to assist the Emergency Coordination Center. Our staff also supported development of the National Wildfire Coordinating Group's COVID-19 prevention and management guidance during wildland fire operations. Thankfully, strict adherence to the protocol ensured that there were only 6 documented cases of COVID-19 in fire camps in the state, despite dozens of firefighters being engaged on Oregon's wildfires in what became a historic, devastating wildfire season. Fast, dry winds fanned dozens of wildfires on Labor Day, which consumed over 1 million acres in a matter of days. 5 of these fires became mega fires, burning over 100,000 acres each. ODF participated in an all-lands approach to wildfire suppression, dispatching all of our incident management teams and bringing in resources from other states and Canada. The destruction was unprecedented, burning 4 times the amount of forest land as the 20th century's worst fire season, the first Tillamook burn in 1933. Sadly, 9 civilians died and over 4,000 residents and 1,000 other structures were destroyed. More than half of the burned area, about 540,000 acres, was on land protected by ODF, marking 2020 as the worst year ever for acres of ODF protected land burned by wildfire. More than 16,000 acres of our 47,000 acre Santiam State Forest was also burned. And these events were occurring in the context of nationwide social unrest, as much of the country called for racial justice in response to the death of George Floyd and many others in encounters with the police. I remained impressed by my employees' continued resilience and dedication to public service in the face of unprecedented challenges and opportunities on multiple fronts, including the Executive Order 2004 on greenhouse gas reduction, the Forestry MOU and Senate Bill 1602, the Natural and Cultural Resource Recovery Task Force, and 3 special legislative sessions. I want to thank all of our employees for striving to meet the challenges of providing excellent public service. I cannot say enough about all that they do. I am hopeful that 2021 will bring relief to the COVID pandemic, a much easier fire season, and positive social change. There are some positive signs. December, the governor released her recommended budget and policy agenda for the 2021-23 biennium. It focuses on the key challenges facing Oregonians, the public health and economic impact of the COVID pandemic, recovery from the devastating 2020 wildfire season, and taking steps to end systemic racism and address racial disparities in Oregon. Given that the majority of our requested additions in our agency request budget closely aligned with these priority areas, the governor supported many of our packages as part of her statewide investment, including enhancing the department's efforts in diversity, equity, inclusion, environmental justice, sustainability, and tribal relationships, fire organization sustainability and modernization, along with extra investments into severity, addressing climate change mitigation and adaptation, and facilities and communication infrastructure improvements and restoration, both due to losses from wildfire and additional investments into firefighter life safety. Overall, the proposed budget recommends a $22.8 million increase over our current service level, with 46 additional positions and an increase of 47.5 full-time equivalents. There is a $20.1 million increase in general fund. The GRB partially offsets the increase in general fund by a $12.2 million decrease in general fund through a variety of reductions such as DOJ rates, vacancy savings, decreased inflation on services and supplies, but primarily from 3 fund shifts. A decrease of $6.1 million by shifting administrative costs for base fire protection to a 50% general fund and a 50% other funds split. That other funds are landowner payments. A fund shift of $1.9 million from general fund to other funds to reflect shifting the 60-40 ratio of general fund to harvest tax to 50-50 for the forest practice administration. And a fund shift of $830,000 general fund to federal funds in our federal restoration program. A little bit more highlights of the GRB additions. As in previous biennium, it establishes a special purpose appropriation in the emergency board to pay the state share of the fire insurance premium and to provide critical mobile resources, primarily contract air tankers and helicopters, positioned where and when fire danger is highest. It has been increased to $8 million to offset the increased cost of a next generation air tanker. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion request was our highest priority policy option package. The GRB provides 2 positions to further agency strategies on diversity, equity, and inclusion, environmental justice, enhanced sustainability, and government-to-government leadership. We have needed additional capacity to address the statutory requirements in the above issues and to fully integrate strategies and best practices into the agency culture and business management. The governor's budget fully funds our fire organization, sustainability, and modernization package at $6.5 million and 27 positions. This additional capacity will help maintain Oregon's complete and coordinated system and advance ODF's initial and extended attack strategy to remain effective in the face of increased fire severity and complexity. The package is based on the Governor Council's on wildfire response recommendations. The GRB also proposes $20 million in wildfire protection system investments, including severity resources that can be staged around the state. These resources include contract can crews, equipment and overhead resources, rapid transport of firefighters by helicopter, an additional next generation air tanker, and additional call when needed detection aircraft. The budget also recommends funding our firefighter life safety package at $1.1 million general fund, $500,000 of other funds, and 2 positions to support the agency's critical life safety communication and location tracking for firefighters and emergency response efforts through operation and maintenance of a wireless communication system, equipment, resources, and infrastructure. The budget also recommends fully funding our forest climate change mitigation and adaptation package at $3.2 million general fund, $306,000 federal funds, and 9 positions. This investment will help us implement Executive Order 2004, directing state agencies to take actions to reduce and regulate greenhouse gas emissions. The investments will address afforestation by increasing urban tree canopy cover in disadvantaged and underserved communities to provide climate mitigation benefits while decreasing impacts to vulnerable communities. It will also support improved forest management on both non-federal and federal forest lands and increase utilization of harvested and wood processing residuals and increase use of wood in long-lived products. The budget also addresses some of the workload capacity needs within our facilities capital management program by adding 2 positions to support responsive adaptation, reoccurring maintenance, and investments required to manage our extensive network of facilities in Salem and the field. The proposed budget also includes funds for deferred maintenance and capital construction for the Toledo facility replacement. Finally, the governor's budget adds a package which reflects recommendations made by DAS Consultants, MGO, related to fire finances. It proposes 4 positions in Agency Administration Division to create 3 area financial managers and 1 position focused on accounts receivable activities for fire finance. The package also proposes 59 positions currently reporting to the Fire Protection Division to agency administration to provide better financial oversight. I had mentioned the special sessions. The 3rd special session of 2020 was held on December 21st, and the governor worked to appropriate $100 million to the emergency fund to be allocated to ODF, Oregon State Fire Marshals, and ODOT for the state wildfire recovery, prevention, and preparedness activities. Of that $100 million, $40 million was allocated to ODF at 32 and OSFM at 8 million, specifically for wildfire preparedness, aircraft, boots on the ground, and work in fire adapted communities and resilient landscapes. An additional 15 million allocation was specific to funding the remaining general fund balance due for the 2020 fire season. The emergency board had previously approved $25 million on December 11th. We anticipate the emergency board will meet this Friday. They're scheduled for 1 o'clock. The emergency board usually allocates funding within a biennium and only authorizes limited duration positions. Given that there's only 6 months left in the biennium, we only ask for the amount that we can reasonably implement by the end of the biennium, with a request that the remaining funding be allocated into the next biennium. So specific investments that we requested one funding of $30 million for the remainder of this biennium, which is allocated across 3 areas. $5 million for the advancements of Oregon's wildfire aviation program. If it's funded starting with the 2021 fire season, we would procure one next generation air tanker and one heavy helicopter on daily availability contracts. We currently have no other contracts for these assets, and these assets in particular are often in critical shortage nationwide at our greatest time of need. We would also procure 2 more single engine air tankers, advancing our current fleet of these assets to a total of 7 distributed across the state. We requested $3 million for the advancement of ODF fire season readiness by investing in fire line leadership and critical staff support in areas including financial processing, fire investigation, firefighter safety, and fire cash coordination. Funding includes 25 full-time limited duration positions and 16.75 FTE in seasonal positions. Having this funding approved early in 2021 will mean that we will be able to start hiring these positions and having them in place for the 2021 fire season, which was why the governor wanted action taken prior to the full session. Finally, $5 million to enable the state to work collectively across boundaries to create a shared stewardship approach for implementing meaningful land management activities to create fire adapted communities and restore and maintain resilient landscapes. One aspect of the request will help us provide match relief to leverage additional federal funding requests for U.S. Forest Service state and private forestry funds. The request also includes 8 full-time limited duration positions to carry out this work. With that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions on budget movement.
I'm looking for hands up. I'm not seeing any. So I think you can proceed. Thank you.
All right, so the final topic's an update on Senate Bill 1602 process of the Forestry MOU, and the Private Forest Division continues to stay on target with implementing the provisions outlined in Senate Bill 1602, with the November approval of the final rule language for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams in the Siskiyou geographic region. These rules are now in place, and the board's support for this has expanded stream protection for approximately 370 miles of streams. There are also additional requirements now in effect for pesticide applications by helicopters to further protect school campuses, inhabited dwellings, and streams. The department has completed training and education on these new requirements by holding several virtual sessions for both external and internal parties, and recording and posting these videos on ODF's YouTube channel. Work continues on building a next day announcement system for residents and water users located nearby where pesticide applications by helicopters are planned. And finally, the department has been notified of the mediation discussion between members of the conservation community and timber industry with a kickoff meeting next week. The department continues to support this process and looks forward to future engagement. In closing, I'm looking forward to working with the board to implement the climate change work, especially should the legislature approve the governor's recommended investment in that work. We could use the board's support making this and the other governor's recommendations happen. So with that, any questions? Thank you.
Thanks very much for that extensive report, Peter. That's very helpful. Any questions from board members? Okay, not seeing any. I think we'll continue with our, yes.
I do believe that Brenda did have some comments around OWEB.
Oh, okay. Now I see that. Oh, I also see Brenda's hand up. So why don't we go to her, and then we can come back to that other comment if you'd like, Peter. Brenda?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. No, I didn't have any comments or questions regarding Peter's statement, but I did have an update regarding our most recent OWEB meeting in December. As is tradition, the OWEB meetings are 2-day meetings with a very engaged and board working really hard to help the staff in OWEB move forward despite these difficult times. I also had a request that I wanted to make regarding the Santiam Forest implementation planning process, but first the OWEB piece. OWEB has provided focused funding to assist in fire recovery and is working with ODF on the fire recovery task force. So they just wanted to make sure, Maida and Renee wanted me to thank ODF for that partnership in that regard. OWEB also has several committees, newly formed committees that are working hard. The Climate Committee is up and running and developing recommendations to OWEB on how to incorporate climate change considerations into all that they do. They also have a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee, which has been very active. And the OWEB agreed to commit that all board members will complete a DEI survey, that the committee will analyze the results and report those back out at the board meetings. And this is one that I think we might consider for Board of Forestry meetings too, and that is to include DEI as a standing agenda item for all board and coordinating committee meetings. They're taking DEI very seriously, and I think that ODF is as well, but I think we probably could do a better job being more transparent with that. At the OWEB meeting, we had an update on on Oregon's 100-year water vision, and we also had an update on the focused investment projects, including one which is the Rogue Forest Restoration Initiative, where they're doing some really great work in Southwest Oregon, reducing fire risk while at the same time adding complexity to forests in that region. Couple of other things, the staff recommended that the board approve receipt of up to $140,000 from ODF in support of the Conservation Reserve CREP Technical Assistance Grant. So again, they wanted me to be sure that we thanked ODF for that partnership as well. And then OWEB is working with the Department of Forestry and DEQ at the request of the governor's office on the Natural and Cultural Resources Recovery Task Force. And so there's a great partnership there as well. So that was a few highlights from 2 day-long meetings, but clearly there is some partnership between ODF and OWEB, and I just wanted to point that out. But that leads me to my request, and that is I've discussed with Liz Dent the plans for the Santiam State Forest implementation and recovery following the fires. Shared with her some concerns and thoughts that I had. What I would really appreciate, given the speed with which ODF is moving forward on recovery efforts on the Santiam State Forest, is an update from Liz and her team on what will be done, given in the spirit of partnership with other state agencies, what are DEQ's views of what's being proposed on the Santiam? What is the Oregon Global Warming Commission's views in terms of effects on carbon and carbon sequestration? What are ODFW's views regarding fish and wildlife habitat? Really begin to understand how agencies are cooperating together to ensure that what's being done on the Santiam is done in the spirit of cross-agency collaboration. So I'd request that we have an update at the March Board of Forestry meeting, if that's at all possible.
Okay, thanks a lot for your report, Brenda, and for the request. Peter, can you, I see that Liz is on, but not necessarily, I don't know if she is.
Well, given
connected.
that,
Peter, if you could help us out at this point, that would be great.
given that we're just about to move into the topic on revisions to the work plan, I think this will be an ideal topic just to cover within the state forest work plan.
Great. Does that work for you then also, Brenda?
Well, I requested that an update be provided, which includes other agency input in the March meeting.
Right. But we can have some further discussion of that as we move into this next item. An opportunity for a March conversation, I guess. Right.
Okay, as long as we don't lose sight of that request, that's fine.
Yeah, no, the request will be addressed. So, great. Any other comments from board members? All right, then let's move on to agenda item 2, which Peter just referenced. And I want to just remind board members, this is an action item. The ODF staff will outline some plan modifications that they're suggesting for this work, and they're asking for approval of those plan modifications. We're going to have the chiefs of our various ODF areas engaged in this conversation as well. We will also have some public testimony. We'll start, I think, with John Tokarczyk, who is coordinating the presentation that ODF will be providing. We'll then move to, and if board members have clarifying questions, please feel free to ask them during this part of it. We'll then take some public testimony. We have 4 individuals who have signed up to share their perspectives with us, and then we'll go into a board discussion and further questions, and then action following that. This is the item we have for the remainder of the morning. We'll take breaks as necessary during the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Imeson, members of the committee, State Forester Dougherty. I'm John Tokarczyk, the Interim Director of the Planning and Analysis Unit. And at this time, we'll be looking at the mid-course work plan reviews. And I will attempt to advance the slide with the clicker. But, oh, there we go. Before we go into the plans themselves, just a little bit of background on planning and the development of the work plans. Board planning is driven by board priorities which are informed via multiple inputs, forestry program for Oregon, budgets, statutes, governor initiatives, public interests, resource conditions, and other factors. Together, these come to establish the board's priorities, which then subsequently inform the division work plans that we will be taking a look at. The process itself is designed to create a systematic way for the board to identify issues and set priorities. It focuses the efforts of the board and the department on those issues that are deemed most important and pertinent. It also has the function of linking the biennial budget where resources are identified within the department. And it also has the benefit of providing an efficient and clear allocation of staff and resources among what are many competing demands. And then also it has the benefit of providing public awareness and a better understanding of what and when to provide input relative to those work plans of the divisions and the projects ahead. The timeline for the development of the work plans tends to be consistent. In odd years, September, it begins with staff presenting information to help the board take stock of the current situation surrounding forest issues. And then in the subsequent October, at the plan and retreat, the board and department discuss those work plan priorities. And then in the following month, November, those priorities are set, a list of those by the board itself. And then in the following January, the staff from the department provides an overview of work plans, a draft, and then in March, a decision is made as to an approval of those 2-year work plans. And then in the following October, typically there would be a retreat and there would be a review of the work plans and progress therein and/or changes that are necessary. So that takes us to our current work plans today, and those ones for the 2020-21 cycle were approved March 4th at that board meeting, and there was an anticipated mid-course review as identified in the previous slide that was to take place at the October retreat amongst other actions. But as that was canceled, we are at the present state of affairs today, which is the 2020 January meeting. And so with this item, division chiefs will have the opportunity to go through those work plans, and discuss the status and changes since that approval in March. And then where necessary, and it's not the case in all the work plans themselves, but propose modifications or changes for review and then subsequent approval by the board. Keeping that in mind, the work plans are ordered according to where changes have occurred. And not all plans had changes in them or necessitated that at all. So we've put together the order of the plans, starting with those that had changes of substance that are worth noting, and then followed that with those that had less change or need for it. And then on the following slide, the work plan itself that was approved will be on the next slide, but due to the nature of the slide and the work plan, the legend is on this slide, and we can obviously answer any questions about that, but just for awareness, the TBD on the following slide is to be determined. The small I, information items, the lowercase d is a preceding decision. Capital D would be where a final decision would occur. And then of course, on the color items, green is completed items, yellow where items have the timelines have changed or the milestone has changed. And then a magenta would be where something has stopped or been tabled. And so just as background where we are and where we're going to, I will turn it over to start off with the first one, private forest work plan, and turn it over to Kyle Abraham, the division chief.
Great. Thanks, John. Chair Emerson, board members, State Forester Doherty, for the record, my name is Kyle Abraham and I serve as the private forest division chief. Happy New Year. It was good to see all of you on the screen earlier. Right now you're looking at the Private Forest Division work plan matrix, and it hopefully you can see it. It is very colorful for us as we've had a number of changes in 2020 related to our work plan, and I'm going to highlight some of those things, starting first with some achievements that we've had, which I think you're familiar with, as you did approve some of these things throughout the year with rule language. One of those is the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review. So as Peter mentioned, those rules are now in effect in the Siskiyou georegion for SSBT streams. We also were successful in completing the reports, the literature review, and some of the external presenters on climate change that came to the board. I don't even remember exactly when now, but earlier on that topic. And so that report you guys approved in September. The other achievement for us was the wildlife food plots. Those rules are also now in effect with the decision that you guys made earlier in the year. And those rules went into effect in the fall of 2020. So ongoing work for the division relates to the Western Oregon Streamside Review. So this is a continuation of the analysis of the RIP stream project related to large wood and riparian function. This has been expanded to include, I think maybe originally it did include parts of the Siskiyou region for the same topics. We are anticipating continuing that work this year, although it will be a little bit delayed and slower based on some of the things that I'll talk about in a minute related to Senate Bill 1602 and wildfire recovery. But we are continuing to make progress on that with at least a check-in with the board on that progress in September of 2020. We are also continuing our collaboration work with ODF and DEQ. You'll see that we are planning to do a March update. We're planning quarterly updates on the progress of that work as it relates to sufficiency review, Forest Practices Act sufficiency, and total maximum daily load analysis. So we're planning another presentation for you in March on that item. And then two other things related to the implementation study, although they've been slightly delayed, again, because of some additional work. But the review, based on previous comments that have been expressed related to the statistical analysis and some of the sampling design, we completed a first phase of that review with some work of a private contractor. We are in the process, I believe, this week or next, and soliciting an RFP for the second phase of that review, which will look at some of the potential solutions that are in front of us, which align with the goals that we've developed for the implementation study, and we'll be on track to complete that work by the end of June with an update for you all in September. The other aspect of the implementation study is the reforestation module. I think you've heard us talk about that before. Right now we're in a pilot study really to make sure that the protocol works for that specific rule set. And we are continuing to keep that alive, although it has been a little bit, like I said, delayed based on some of the things that staff have been working on. So those are the sort of the four ongoing work items. And then the two big things for the division relate to additions to our work plan, which were a little bit unexpected. One of those is Senate Bill 1602. You've been involved a little bit with the new requirements on that, on the rule language and approval of the rule language. The other component that you've heard folks talk about, Peter in particular earlier, about the next day announcement build. And so that's another aspect where several staff have been engaged over the last probably 5 or 6 months, and that work will continue over the next year related to next day announcements for folks that are eligible to receive those, related to where helicopter pesticide applications are planned. So that'll be in addition to our work that we are also underway on with our electronic notification system, and will be attached to that. And then the department will also be engaged at some level in the mediated discussions throughout 2021. The other aspect of additions for us is the wildfire recovery. And so Brenda highlighted a little bit of our relationship and our work that we're doing with OWEB related to state and federal agency coordination on recovery, the work that ODF is doing to help staff the task force. We recently completed some assessments on non-federal lands related to fire recovery. We're working to pull that information together with some of the federal assessments and eventually have a list of potential recovery actions along with our partners at DEQ and OWEB that we will look for funding sources at some point in the near future to help some of the recovery actions along. So there's a number of other things related to recovery for the division. Post-fire harvesting has really taken a lot of bandwidth for our field support unit. You've heard us mention before the additions of 2 temporary staff, one from ODF&W, one from DEQ, that help us review plans for alternate practice, support our field staff and our field support unit in review of those plans, and trying to expedite some of the post-fire harvesting where we can. The other thing that's around the corner for us, obviously, is going to be reforestation. We have a work group that's focused on seedling nursery capacity, including OSU Extension, OFIC, and the Oregon Association of Nurseries. So that's a fairly in-depth level of work for folks. There's lots of moving pieces there. And then finally, the technical assistance and cost share for non-industrial landowners and a multitude of programs that may become available for those folks will also take a certain amount of bandwidth for staff, both in Salem and the field, as we move throughout 2020 and probably into 2021 and probably into 2022. And then finally, some of the work that we've paused related to the additional work that we've received. The marble murrelet rule analysis is on pause at this point. Earlier in the year 2020, we, along with input from the stakeholders, decided to pause that process. And now with the bandwidth that we are short of to deal with the recovery in Senate Bill 1602, that marble murrelet rule analysis will continue to be on pause for us. The Coho Salmon Resource Site Rule Analysis and the Resource Site Policy Review are also on pause, partly because of bandwidth, and then also partly related to the Senate Bill 1602 conversations and what may come out of mediated discussions with respect to an HCP on private forest lands. So that's just a quick highlight. And then you'll see also in your packet, we do have a suite of board updates, one of which you'll hear about later today on the Operator of the Year. And those we expect to stay on track with throughout 2021. So with that, I guess I'll take any immediate questions and I'll be around if there's other questions later.
Okay, I see Joe Justice and then Brenda McComb have hands up. So we'll go in first with Joe and then with Brenda.
So Kyle, I'll just add, the amount of work that stewardship foresters are doing related to these fires and restoration, especially the small woodland owners, I just wanted the comment about how huge that is, especially the resources that ODF can bring to bear for landowners and their assistance to make sure both the restoration, salvage harvesting and stuff. And I personally know that. I mean, I have been involved with large scale salvaging on lands that I manage, not to the scale, frankly, that what you guys are having to deal with in the Cascades. And I just want to, thank your staff. I know they are so highly respected in the forestry community as a resource. And I just want to just point that out, and the huge workload that your staff is having to undertake to help these landowners. So thank you, and just please pass it along to your staff.
I will. Thank you, Joe.
I just want to echo what Joe said. I'm impressed by the workload that your division has to take on, Kyle, and can appreciate that it's a lot. And I also want to commend you for continuing to work with DEQ on a cross-agency collaboration. And I think it serves as a model for the sorts of things that I commented on earlier. I will continue to look for and really appreciate these cross-agency collaborations. So good for you for that. I had a question about the reforestation part of the implementation study. Could you very briefly remind me of the goal for that? Is it simply to understand whether or not reforestation on private non-federal lands is meeting the Forest Practices Act, or does it go beyond that and understand how reforestation might be impacted by climate change?
So Brenda, thank you for the kudos and the question. The reforestation module is looking at whether or not those harvest units that require reforestation have been reforested within 2 years. We had some original conversations around looking at the different species that have been planted and whether those would meet any climate change goals. So that could be something that I think in the future conversations around the board's goals for climate change, how the species selection would work. And then the other part of that for us is also trying to understand from a non-industrial landowner perspective, what are some of the challenges that they may face in acquiring seedlings? So that's been a consistent challenge that we've heard for a number of years, and trying to better understand if things are not getting reforested, what some of the things the agency would be able to do to better help in that regard.
Great, thank you, Kyle.
Okay, I don't see any additional hands up, so we can continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Kyle. So moving on to the next work plan, it is the, oh, sorry. There we go. Climate change and carbon work plan. The climate change and carbon work plan is an issue-based plan coordinated by the Policy and Analysis Unit, of which I am the interim director. Within the plan, among the achievements, the Carbon and Climate Statutory Authority analysis has been completed. Request to the Department of Justice for a legal analysis to inform the board of its statutory authority relative to forest, carbon, and climate was completed. This provided through the memo that was provided and the response from Matt DeVore. Awareness and context for the extent to which the board climate and carbon policy considerations can be made. This work was initiated in June and completed in November. In addition to that, the Oregon Forest Ecosystem Carbon Accounting Framework has been completed. The development of a forest carbon accounting framework for Oregon began with the first iteration of the Forest Carbon Ecosystem Report in 2018. That work was developed in collaboration with the Forest Service Forest Inventory Analysis Program, which provided estimates of stocks and flux of carbon in Oregon's forests. And it was designed to be compatible with the similar system out of California and Washington to permit regional analysis and benchmarking as well. It was designed so that the work will be updated regularly with continuous remeasurement of FIA field plots, and provides a mechanism for monitoring the rate of carbon sequestration in Oregon's forests, which is fundamental to evaluating forest conditions and trends and effective forest practices, and also consideration of policy options for forest carbon mitigation. Given the manner in which the report was developed, it will continue to be improved through ongoing data collection and also the standing collaborative regional participation through PNW and that partnership, and also through regular review and updates as that data is collected and further evaluated. This item was recently noted in the November board meeting as well. In addition to that, and part of that carbon accounting framework, the analysis in the Oregon Harvested Wood Products Report, which was called for in the work plan, along with the Sawmill Energy Report, provides the carbon in the woods product dimension of Oregon's forest accounting framework. And this item also was reviewed in November. The report provides an evaluation of how much carbon is stored in wood products, landfills, or has been emitted back to the atmosphere as well. While the Sawmill Energy Report, based on a survey of the Oregon sawmills, and provides estimates of the energy use and production at those mills, along with the amount of associated emissions. And like the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report, both the Sawmill Energy and the Harvested Wood Products Report will continue to be iteratively updated, as it was designed to utilize the fixed data collection conducted by the USDA every 3 to 4 years. And so, while the Forest Carbon Report will be updated with successive FIA plot data collection, the Harvested Wood Products and the Sawmill Energy operates on a 3 to 4 year cycle, and the full report will be able to be updated every 4 to 5 years. And in the course of that, as more data is collected and more understanding of that data, both sides will continue to improve in terms of that broader and full forest accounting in terms of storage and flux in the forest, and then also through the harvested wood product side as well. Taken together, the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report and the others provide a robust forest carbon accounting framework and the foundation for understanding the dynamics of forest carbon, and a baseline to compare effects of management practices and or potential carbon mitigation policies. In addition, stemming from the work related to the carbon framework, we're currently collaborating with the Forest Inventory Analysis Program to use remeasured FIA plots to evaluate how the distribution of forest species may be affected by changes in climate or other controlling factors. And this is an interesting project in particular because it's expected to be the first statistical analysis of the FIA remeasurement data to understand the effects of climate change on forest species geography and further inform understanding of climate impacts relative to Oregon forests. And this is expected to be a forthcoming board item. Beyond carbon accounting, the work plan calls for consideration and review of alternative management scenarios relative to forest carbon and climate impacts. This work is currently underway in coordination with PNW and other regional partners, California and Washington, to simulate the effect of different forest scenarios for carbon mitigation plans relative to current and alternative practices. The work with the PNW Research Station has been delayed due to constraints through the pandemic challenges, but it is continuing on, albeit at a slower pace. Alternatively, though, a complementary carbon modeling approach or opportunity has emerged through American Forests, and we've entered into an agreement with them to evaluate and achieve essentially the same outcome in simulating and evaluating how different forest approaches and disturbance events can affect alternative carbon outcomes throughout Oregon. This item was noted in November, and as it progresses over the coming year, will be brought back with updates and ultimately outcomes. With respect to current issues and changes in focus, commensurate with the statutory analysis, the work plan entails a review and revision of Goal G in the Forestry Program for Oregon and analysis of existing policies, statutes, and rules, along with gap analysis to achieve outcomes in the face of climate change. Goal G reflects the board's carbon and climate interests, and revisiting this goal allows for the integration of new scientific information and contemporary values of a full board to guide the intended analysis of departmental policies. The item was initially scheduled for September, the September meeting, in the anticipation of a full board. However, due to the Labor Day fires, that opportunity was canceled. And this work, along with the associated policy analysis items, has not occurred within the time frame that was identified. Despite the delays, the work will proceed when a full board becomes available. In terms of additional items, the governor's executive order relating to agency actions and opportunities relating to carbon and climate has entailed a significant investment from what is already a limited staff. However, the intersection between the executive order and the current carbon and climate work plan are largely consistent. While the initial work related to the executive order is complete, other elements remain, notably support and participation in external groups on related carbon and forest interests, and that will continue on through the year. More significantly, and what represents a significant addition to the work plan, beyond the initial work called for in Executive Order 20-04, the agency has been directed to prepare a climate change work plan or climate change plan for Board of Forestry review that builds on the agency's executive order implementation report and reflects a broader strategy for establishing Oregon's leadership in climate smart forestry and greater accountability towards achievement of goals. This is a fairly far-reaching plan and has a number of elements to it, including public input and regular input from the board. The development and implementation of this plan will require significant engagement over the coming months from the board and agency leadership, and will also necessitate a fair amount of staff investment. The initiation of that dialogue also was to occur in September, but the meeting was canceled. However, the initial review of this plan will occur today following the other agenda items. Overall, there are no significant changes to the work plan other than the ability to remain consistent with the initial work plan timelines. The reasons for these changes stem from staffing changes and limitations therein, and board vacancies and other interruptions. But nonetheless, all the work of the plan will continue to be addressed and are expected to be fulfilled. With that, I would ask if there are any questions.
And Brenda has her hand up. So Brenda.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, John, for a great overview. And I want to preface what I'm going to say with an appreciation for all the work that your very small team has done. It is a lot, and it's multifaceted. But I think you can probably predict what I'm about to say here. So there are two things that I'd ask that you consider as you move forward. One is how to maximize. So speaking of carbon focused forestry, how do you maximize carbon sequestration while minimizing the greenhouse gas emissions associated with all aspects of stand forest and product management and transportation? So that would be one. So what's that? How do you minimize greenhouse gas emissions if you're going to be sequestering carbon? And then the other is an assessment of what the incentives are. What's the incentive structure available to us or likely to be available to us to enable changes in how we might propose managing forests?
I appreciate those comments, Brenda. And certainly with respect to number one, decidedly through the item that Danny will be bringing with the carbon plan, the climate change carbon plan subsequent to this, that will certainly be a component of that, of looking at the carbon construct within the operational parameters. And then as far as the incentive opportunities go, that pervades and multiple spaces and will certainly be a key focus of what we do and how we work moving forward, or consideration therein. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, John.
And Jim has his hand up as well.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is that you all know how strongly I feel about us moving on these climate change issues. And I wanted to speak to what Brenda was bringing up about incentive programs. And I just wanted to also say, because I think we need to recognize this, that when we talk about incentives, I think we're typically thinking about landowners, and which is all well and good. But if we are moving towards policies that are also going to affect rural communities, I want to make sure that we are including those thoughts, when we talk about longer rotations and all that has impacts beyond the financial impact for the landowners. And other thing I just want to mention is I just want to bring up this situation with the revision of Goal G and the staff's choice to continue to delay this until we have a full board. That has not been a board decision to delay this. That seems to have been a staff decision, one that I'm really concerned about. I heard a rumor, and I hope it's an unfounded rumor, that the legislature may not deal with filling the empty board positions until April. That's a fear that I've had, that this situation that we've lived through for so long will continue. And so I think it's wrong-headed myself, and I don't know how other people feel about just putting this on hold until we have a full board. I wish it weren't so. It's not a good situation, but that's my viewpoint. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments, and we can certainly revisit that and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, Jim, I appreciate that comment. I think we kind of took that from the decision not to hold the October retreat, where we would have started the values discussion, which is sort of the first step of the Goal G revision, setting the values on what you're going to base it on. So, I will work with staff to get that. If the board wants us to continue to move forward, we thought we were acting kind of from signals from the board. So that's probably my bad. So I would love to, we'll talk more, and I would love a discussion now about wanting to sort of move that forward, and we can start beginning to think about how do we schedule that in upcoming meetings, particularly around the values, board values, and the forestry program for Oregon. We can, add some bandwidth if we need to in terms of capacity.
Joe Justice also has his hand up, and then Brenda.
Yeah, Jim, I hope, your rumors, I hope are not true. I am concerned, and I have conveyed that concern to staff about the makeup of the board currently, and then a concern of mine reworking, going down a path and then having to replow that same field again. And that's, so in all fairness, I have conveyed to staff my concern about that until we do have a full board. And I know we're in such a strange place currently, and I hope that, I certainly hope that that will change soon and not later. But my fear is that we do, we plow that field and then we have to replow that field again. And so that's why so Jim, so you understand that I have conveyed that. I just want to make sure you know that I have conveyed to staff that concern.
Brenda.
Yeah, I just want to support Jim's comments. I think that we should not be delaying on decisions just because we don't have a full board. We do have a quorum. We are able to make decisions. I understand Joe's concerns about replowing the same field in the future, but there are some issues that I think are pressing enough that we need to move forward.
Jim.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that, I'm not too worried here about how we got here, we've all been dealing with kind of an unprecedented situation. And I also hear what Joe is saying, and it's a totally legitimate fear. But I think our situation is and given how far from perfect it is, that's a risk that I believe we should take.
I guess I would like to comment as a person whose term has expired and who is still here at this meeting. And I haven't heard the rumor that Jim mentioned, but I don't pay a whole lot of attention to rumors that I do hear about this stuff because I find that they're not necessarily very reliable. We were, Peter's correct about the decision we made not to have the retreat in October because we didn't really have a board that seemed to be, that seemed to me to be a very appropriate decision, and I was involved in making that decision with some consultation, because why have a planning retreat when 4 of the board members aren't going to be there to be engaged in the plans that are accomplished at that kind of a retreat. So I'm hoping that that there will be new board members very quickly for our board. But I also have to say that in terms of my own decision making, lacking a full board, I'm not all that comfortable on a personal basis of making decisions that, I have to think about this a little bit, but about making decisions that I'm really not going to be much of a part of down the road. So I think it's, that said, I also don't like just putting the brakes on things, because I think those of us who are here have a responsibility, but this is a tightrope we're walking, and I think we all are hoping that decisions will get made that we're not the decision makers. It's the governor and the legislature, or the Senate anyway, that need to make the decisions about the board. But it's, we're here now at each meeting barely with a quorum. If I weren't here today, this meeting, we could not make decisions. We would not be having this meeting. So, so anyway, I just wanted to kind of explain my own sense about where we are on this. So with that, we can continue.
Tom, I just want to say that I think your comfort on where you end up on this is important, and we'll respect that. And secondarily, the reason I'm bringing this up is that when we did make that decision, that we didn't want to move ahead without a full board, we all were under the belief and understanding at that time that the board positions would get filled out before the end of the year.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
That's the thing that's really changed here.
And I keep thinking that. And so far I haven't been right, so we'll see.
I appreciate the comments. And if there are no others, I'm prepared to move on to the next work plan, which is, oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. Following next work plan is the overarching issues work plan, and there's some complements to the last work plan. The overarching issues work plan revolves on evaluation and review of elements pertaining to the forestry program for Oregon, and is also coordinated by the policy and analysis unit and myself. Within the work plan, in terms of achievements, review of indicators relating to the board's strategic plans have been completed. Within this review, a number of indicators continue to collect data and remain available for utilization in the reconsideration of goals in a goal-driven dashboard. Additionally, several other new indicator sources have emerged since the last evaluation and the utilization of indicators, particularly with respect to forest carbon reporting, which provides additional parameters of data for indicators relative to revision of Golgi and or the forestry program as a whole when that is able to occur. With respect to current issues and focus and changes, while the work plan has deviated in terms of timing, there is a current focus on addressing and advancing a revised and current value statement for the board's strategic plan. This effort, as was noted, was anticipated to occur at the October board meeting and continue forward with consideration of public input. However, with the cancellation of that meeting, that was not realized. Subsequently, the discussion has been postponed until a new opportunity can be realized. Regarding ecosystem services valuation, informational session relating to the functionality and utilization of ecosystem services was presented to the board in conjunction with partners from Oregon State University and the College of Forestry and the Department of Agriculture. In 2019, the coordination with those partners and the dialogue with them has been maintained, and to further evaluate and advance utilization and provide a subsequent informational session. However, timely progress on this has been challenged. It remains an element of ongoing work and can be accommodated pending our university partners and board agenda availability. With respect to the dashboard and indicator development, this follows determination of the board values and goal revision in order to ensure that meaningful and accurate representation of stated goals are reflective of stated values. As value and goal work progresses, staff is readily prepared and to assist the board in determining what data exists to satisfy the corresponding indicators and or as necessary develop new metrics. And so overall, there are no structural or content changes to the work plan other than the timeliness of items. And the change in schedules are a function of staffing and other challenges, as well as agenda availability and full board presence. Regardless, all items in the work are anticipated to proceed as identified within the work plan itself. With that, I would ask for any questions that may be there.
Brenda has her hand raised. Brenda?
Yeah, thanks, John, for this. And this question, I think, predates my appointment to the board, but relative to the ecosystem services valuation, I have attended board meetings where that topic has come up, and there have been presentations from OSU and others. But the term valuation, it seems, has taken an economic focus so far from what I can recall. But there are other values associated with ecosystem services that go beyond dollars and cents. And I'm wondering, what is that because of the way this was framed originally, or is it just the way that it's being interpreted?
My understanding is that's correct. That was how it was framed initially, was explicitly with an economic lens as to those non-economic values. So, and that was where the focus of the recent presentation and the dialogue with the university members as well.
Yeah, thanks. And so I guess I would suggest that, people who have a lens around ecosystem services that includes economics but goes beyond that to other values might be helpful to have a more holistic view of what ecosystem services are and how people value them.
This is Peter, Brenda, and in terms of value, you mean logical function values? Could you help us there? I want to be clear that I understand.
Sure. Well, yes, ecological function, but cultural values, social values, there are a whole set of values beyond dollars and cents that people place on aspects of the world around us. And so that's what I would, I would just like to see a more balanced construct for the concept of ecosystem services.
Great, thanks for that. I fully agree. There's a lot of difference to that, but and I'll confirm what John said. It came up in the context of the economic impact analysis associated with the riparian rules, and as a criticism of that. And if you're going to include it in an impact analysis in the way that the criticism came, you would have to value it in terms of dollars. And so that's why the focus went there. I think you're correct in the overall view of ecosystem services much broader in terms of the other values as well. So we can think about finding the right people to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For
Yeah. John, I don't see any other hands up at this point.
Great. So with that, we had discussed the possibility of moving forward with the next work plan, which I've forgotten the order of my work plans. Oh, we're going to take a break. So with that, we will take a moment to take a breath and reconvene in back to you, Tom. Thank you. I'm looking for cues.
Well, if this is a good time to take a break, I suggest we make it short, like 10 minutes. Work for everybody? We still have a lot of ground to cover when we have public testimony. So
Yes, works for me. So we would be back at 10:40?
10:35.
10:35. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Hillary, the Board Administrator for the Board of Forestry. I see that Amanda Astor and Travis Williams have entered the Zoom attendee. So Amanda, you joined us at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you so much. If you can do a quick video or at least a quick mic check. I'm going to click allow to talk for you and Travis. One moment.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Thank you, Travis. And Amanda, whenever you're ready, if you can do a quick mic check.
Can you hear me now?
I can, just barely.
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Sounds like you're in a tunnel, but we'll just be really quiet in the room when you provide testimony.
Is this any better?
I can hear that fine, Hillary.
Okay, great. As long as if everyone on that side. And since you're on this too, Tom, I'm just letting you know we have 2 more folks that are going to probably sign in the next 10 minutes. So I just wanted to give you that heads up.
Okay, thank you.
Can you remind me of our time limit?
Yes, it's going to be 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And Travis, can you see any of the shared screen information in front of you, like this PowerPoint presentation?
I do not. All I see is the kind of cover page that says Oregon Board of Forestry morning break.
Oh, then that's the right page. Great.
That's all I can see too.
No, this is wonderful. The reason why I'm asking is I will be sharing a timer also as a visual cue to help you track your time.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for a quick mic check.
Okay, and we're ready to reconvene. John.
Thank you. So we've heard from private forests, the climate change plan, as well as the overarching and emerging issues plan. The next plan that is to be reviewed includes the state forest plan. And with that, I would turn it over to the chief, Liz Dent.
Great. Thank you, John. Good morning, Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name's Liz Dent, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. So I'll join other folks by saying Happy New Year. Hope everyone had a good holiday season. It goes without saying that 2020 was an extremely taxing year. Yet in the midst of it, the divisions managed to stay on track with much of their work, as well as maintain core business. And as shown from the presentation from Kyle, also added a lot of work to the plate. So really impressed with my colleagues. Specific to State Forest, we had a big year last year with a couple of notable accomplishments and milestones. I'll go through this quickly because I think it's probably fresh in most people's minds. The primary focus of the division in 2020 was on the development of a draft revised forest management plan and a draft habitat conservation plan. The significance of these projects is clear and I'd say exemplified and highlighted by the engagement, feedback, and input we get from county commissioners and Oregonians as to how these lands, how they'd like to see these lands managed. To that end, the division conducted a robust public engagement process, consistently reached out to county commissioners. We held public meetings and workshops, worked closely with our State Forest Advisory Committee, and scheduled several meetings directly with stakeholders and Peter Doherty. Working collaboratively with our state and federal sister agencies has been fundamental to our work. You will recall the testimony that you received in October from ODFW, DEQ, DSL, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and OSU on their engagement with the Habitat Conservation Plan. And that was at both the technical level. So we had folks from those agencies supporting us and the technical team, as well as at the leadership level. So a lot of commitment on their end that has really helped us throughout the process. Our division staff work tirelessly to keep these projects on time. And I know I've done this before, but I do want to clearly acknowledge their professional and personal commitment to the work. And we've also said before, but I think it bears repeating, that nearly everyone in this agency is part of the complete and coordinated system for fire suppression. And so no different for State Forest. Most of the people that worked on the FMP and the HCP are part of that complete and coordinated system for fire suppression. So in my mind, they worked really above and beyond the call of duty to complete this work in a timely manner and to produce such high quality work under the pressures of the fire season and especially the unprecedented Labor Day fires. So that happened to coincide right with the time when we were bringing the HCP to the Board of Forestry in early October. So in summary, from last year, the division completed the draft revised forest management plan and submitted it as a consent item, recognizing that it would be revisited at a later date. So that was in April, and we had planned a full day workshop to go over that various circumstances, changed our plan, and submitted as a consent item. As you well recall, we also submitted a draft HCP in October of last year, at which point you directed us to complete that draft. There was still some work to be done, and to enter in and complete the NEPA process. And you also directed us to complete the draft companion forest management plan. So as we look forward to 2021, while there are several check-in points throughout the year, and you can see that on the table up on the screen, or perhaps in a handout you might have at your desk, really the big decision-making occurs in 2022. So let me explain this a little bit. In 2021, we will continue our engagement with FTLAC, State Forest Advisories Committee, tribes, stakeholders, and the public. If I switch for a minute and talk just about the companion forest management plan, once that NEPA process begins, we'll be focusing our efforts. We'll still have work to do. NEPA doesn't mean we're, ODF is done working on it. So we'll still have some resources committed to supporting the NEPA process, but our focus will really be on the companion forest management plan. And just want to remind folks that the forest management plan is an Oregon administrative rule. So we'll continue working on the plan, and as we close in on a finalized draft towards the end of 2021, it would be our intent for you to direct us to go into rulemaking and start that rulemaking in March of 2022. So one of the reasons I'm highlighting this is because our vision is that in June of 2022, again, this is looking out beyond maybe what's right in front of folks, but the vision in June of 2022 is that we will have a completed rulemaking on the companion forest management plan, and you'll have a decision before you with everything that you need. And that would be, do you want to adopt the 70-year HCP and the companion forest management plan as the policy that governs the management of these forest lands west of the Cascades? So again, continued work this year to come together there in the middle of the year in 2022 for really a final decision. So that's the FMP HCP work. And to Brenda, your opening comments, aside from that, we do have two other items on the work plan that are actually in March. And so one of those is an update and briefing on the Santiam State Forest effects of the Labor Day fire, and then how we are approaching the management of that forest post-fire. And so both a look at this implementation plan that has been out for public review that really focuses on immediate recovery, as well as the work that we are embarking on to design really the longer term look at restoration for the Santiam. So we'll be bringing that in March. We'll also at that point be able to summarize, of course, all the comments we've received, including the work that we've been doing with our sister agencies.
And Brenda has her hand up, so.
Okay, great. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. And I just want to recognize the huge workload that your division has had recently too, especially with the HCP and now with the Santiam. So I know there's a lot going on. Two questions. One deals with the joint FMP HCP decision in March of 2022. Is that a decision that are we making a decision separately on accepting the HCP and then separately on accepting the FMP? Because it would seem to me that that would be the logical way to do it. That way, if the FMP needs any additional work, there's still the opportunity to make that change.
Yeah. Thank you, and that's an important point of clarification, and one that we can work more with the board on what's the best timing for you. The intention here would be that if we begin rulemaking on the forest management plan before the HCP is in front of you, then you would have that companion forest management plan ready with the HCP to make your decision as to if you want us to move forward together, because those really do have to go together for us to manage the forest. Alternatively, Brenda, if we were to first ask for your approval of the HCP and then continue into finalizing and going through rulemaking of the forest management plan, that really puts off farther out in time when we can really start implementing the HCP.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think, Liz, I'm not necessarily suggesting that you put off the HCP plan development. I'm just asking that they be two separate votes. One on accepting the HCP and a separate vote on accepting the companion forest management plan. Because those, I think, yes, they do need to go together, but we could, for instance, be fine with one of those and not with the other. And I think that we just need to have that opportunity to make it clear which one we're fine with and which one we're not.
Well, and Brenda, let me just add, it's Tom, that's a board decision as to how we do this. So if the board wants, I'm betting, I think I'm right about this bet, that I will not be on the board in June of 22. But I think, the board would have every opportunity to decide whether it wants,
Yeah.
I mean, because the reality is, if it comes as one proposal, a board member could say, I'd like to separate that. And if it comes as two proposals, a board member could also say, I'd like to do this together. So it's really become board decision making. Joe Justice has his hand up.
Wait, Tom.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to. I had two points I wanted to raise, but thank you for that clarification. And relative to your being on the board, all bets are off as far as I'm concerned. The other thing I wanted to comment on, Liz, was the Santiam Forest Restoration update, and I appreciate that. It's great to have that update there. I think it would be really helpful to have comments from some of the sister agencies on their perspective on the proposed actions. And I recognize that the board does not have any decision-making authority here, that it's just informational, but I would appreciate the input from the standpoint of water quality, carbon sequestration, habitat for fish and wildlife, and hear from those agencies. Because I think it sets a precedent that we're going to have to deal with it again in the future.
Thank you, Brenda. I'll definitely do some outreach to my counterparts in those agencies. And we've been working with them along the way.
Yeah.
So I don't anticipate this being a problem or a challenge other than calendars, maybe.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Liz. Appreciate
you bet.
Tom. I mean, you kind of touched on what I was going to touch on, so I guess I won't go back over that related to the FMP and the HCP decision being a board decision and into the future. And I'd want to learn more about that and understand that the process by which we would want to attack those decisions. And then I guess I would just add to go what Brenda's has mentioned about other agencies. I'd also be very interested in what the counties, local counties, trust counties that are involved in the SANIAM. I hope they will bring forward how they view the restoration and the activities that are taking place. I'll be very interested in hearing from them related. There's a very huge effect on those trust counties and their lands that we're charged with managing. So I hope that I would assume that they will, but I hope that you reach out. We hear from them too.
And Jim.
Maybe just real quickly, Tom. Thank you, Joe. We've been reaching out to Marion, Lynn, and Clackamas counties, the counties that were largely impacted by the fire. Gave a presentation to the Marion County Board of Commissioners. FTLAC is getting briefed on it right now. So definitely making those connections. So, and FTLAC is typically on these agendas for testimony. They couldn't make it today. So anticipate that'll be the case in March too.
And Jim has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in terms of your reporting back to the board on the SANIAM in March, I think the public also, without belaboring it too much, the other issues that you will be dealing with from a business perspective, such as the availability of logging contractors and log prices and seedling availability. I know you'll be juggling all of those things, so would love to just quickly hear at that point where we are with those issues.
Great. I think we should be able to give a perspective on that. May not have that all in the staff report, which is due here in a few weeks, but anticipate we'd be able to provide some of that in our presentation.
Okay.
We had, unless there's more questions on that, we had just one more piece on our work plan that we'll be bringing in March that I'll just highlight real quickly. And that's rulemaking associated with the State Forester's authority to close down portions of state forests. The State Forester currently has that authority. In November of 2020, following the Labor Day fires, we adopted a temporary rule that better describes how those closures would be implemented and also provides for stronger enforcement mechanisms. And those mechanisms are consistent with the approaches that OPRD uses. So that temporary rule expires in May 18th of 2021. And so we were proposing that we go through that we turn that into a permanent rule. So we'll be bringing that to you in March as well. And that's all I had.
Okay. I see Jim's hand up, but I don't know if that's left over. Jim, did you have an additional question or comment?
I know it's left over. Sorry about that.
All right, no problem. Then we can, John, back to you.
Thank you, Tom. And thank you, Liz. Moving on, the next work plan is the Fire Protection Division's work plan. And the chief of the program, Doug Graff, is available to work through that plan. I turn it to Doug.
Okay, good morning, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. You see the slide in front of you is a status update on Fire Protection's work plan with the board. And I thought State Forester Doherty articulated kind of the state of the union very well this morning on opening remarks where we're at. Much of our work is focused on the Governor's Wildfire Council's recommendations. And of course, the board has been involved in shaping and engaging that work over the past several years. And I would emphasize, this is the time where we're really starting to see some action represented in the e-board discussion this morning with dollars dedicated to that purpose, consistent with the council recommendations in preparation for 2021 fire season. And then also, I would suspect much of the policy work relative to those recommendations to be fleshed out during legislative session. I'd bring attention to the board. I think much of our work relative to the board efforts and rules, promulgating rules coming out of the policy direction from the legislature relative to any recommendations moving forward from this work. That's when our work begins, I think, with the board, and I suspect some focused energy on policy work around urban interface and prevention mitigation measures to advance fire protection for Oregon following this session. And we're still, really following the lead of the governor's office and the legislature in this deliberation at this point. So I suspect a lot of activity in this full session. The remainder of the work plan is our routine business together, and it's articulated clearly there. I did have one oversight on this report, and that is the board did approve an emergency fire cost committee member past year, and sustained an existing member. So good work there with that committee. Is not reflected here in this presentation. And then the second change, which was identified in the staff report, is we had the opportunity once again to report out with the board in March with a joint meeting with Environmental Quality Commission. So we're gonna jump on that opportunity as that gets pulled together. So fire protection will be prepared as we've done with the board in past years as relative to advancing the policy on smoke management. We'll provide an update with DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, and our close partner, even more relative to COVID in the Oregon Health Authority's engagement with us on this. So we'll give you a status update on the smoke management work for this March. With that, the I in November on the fire reports, we've teeted for many years relative to putting that as a standard update. And I just think the reality of fire seasons that we've experienced in 2013, I'll take that yellow and just make it a standard one, November, recognizing we've been pushing fire seasons pretty consistently deep into October. So our final fire season reports will be in November. So I'll just simply reflect that change of that reality moving forward in future work plans. With that, end the report, and I would take any questions.
I do not see any hands up, Doug. So unless somebody has something right now, let us know. Otherwise, we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. And moving on to the final work plan is the administrative work plan. Bill Herbert will be providing the overview of the plan. Thank you. Bill?
Yes, thank you, John. Good morning, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Bill Herbert, Deputy Director for Administration for the Department of Forestry. With being closely tied to the statewide process of administering an executive branch agency, the administrative work plan is very cyclical in nature with several recurring administrative processes. Most of those being centered around the biennial process of budget development of which many of our achievements lie. While there were several steps of this process in front of the board last year, the culmination of the effort ended with the submittal of the agency request budget for the 21-23 biennium. Several of the policy option packages that the board approved have made it into the governor's budget as summarized by the state forester earlier, and we'll hope to see legislative support for those packages in the coming months. Most of the work and most of the significant changes to the administrative work plan have been the increase in frequency of reporting to the board, both on administrative and financial topics. Last year, you heard from numerous programs within the department's administrative branch, facilities, capital management, public affairs, human resources, and we'll be continuing to hear from these programs, especially with some of the high profile work these programs will be undertaking. For example, facilities has a couple of capital projects in front of them over the next few years, one of those being the destruction of the Lions office during the 2020 fire season. Financial reporting to the board has been drastically increased with the monthly Board of Forestry financial report you now receive through your consent agenda. In addition, the board will continue to hear financial updates in person periodically throughout the biennium. The final change to the work plan was to better facilitate board input into the aforementioned budget process. We have moved the board's review of the annual key performance measure report into the July meeting. This will allow board input to actually make it into that product and be reflected into the submitted ARB. With that, I'll end my presentation and be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks. I do not see any hands up, Bill. So unless, again, somebody raises that right away, we'll continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So, John, do you have any thing to add at this point, or should we move on to the public testimony?
So that concludes all the work plans and the overviews and the changes that were identified by the chiefs and the plans themselves. And so that's complete. And so look to you for the moving to the public comment.
Okay. Well, first I want to thank those who have signed up to appear or at least testify today, and remind you that we're allotting 3 minutes for each person, and we ask that you respect that, and we'll help you with a timer to track time. For the record, you should provide your name and affiliation, and then just get right into your comments. If you have written comments or want to provide them, we'll also accept that for the record. I'd like to turn to Hillary, who will coordinate the public testimony.
Thank you, Board
Hillary.
Chair. Yes, I'm here and ready. So today we have 3 in the queue, but another will be joining. So 4 in total for today's provided public testimony. So for everyone in that queue, thank you so much for joining us. And to ensure we stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. You will be unmuted for your comment portion and then muted upon conclusion of your comments. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for a duration of 3 minutes. When you see the red light, we ask that you close out your comments. If you exceed your time, our logistics teams will mute you and we'll move on to the next commenter. So with that, let's get started. The order we have in the queue, which every one of the board members should be able to see, is Amanda Astor, Travis Williams, Seth Barnes, and closing it out should be Catherine Thomason. So Amanda, just bear with me. I'm going to share my screen and the timer. 1 moment. So Amanda, you are up first and your time starts now.
Good morning, Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. My name is Amanda Astor, and I am the new, as of November, Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers. AOL represents nearly 1,000 forest contracting companies and the families and communities that they support. Just for some background, since this is my first time in front of you guys, my educational background is in forest management, forest ecology and biology, botany, and forest carbon science management and policy. My career experience is in timber management, NEPA, forest policy, and collaboration. So first, I'm going to start off with the climate change work plan. In general, AOL supports the work that has been completed to determine carbon baselines, but would like to find room in the work plan for a combined effort that put the forest ecosystem carbon report, harvested wood products carbon report, and Oregon sawmill energy report into one all-encompassing life cycle assessment that would provide context for further modeling efforts and forest carbon work. We believe this is necessary when moving forward and working and making very important and critical decisions that impact thousands, tens of thousands of Oregonians. We would also like to ensure disturbances are factored into this type of contextual analysis. That would include wildfires, insect disease, decreased health and vigor of our forests through other avenues like drought. We also want to see a robust stakeholder engagement plan put together by ODF and American Forests in order to ensure a full suite of management scenarios and possible effects are considered during their consideration and review of alternative management scenarios relative to forest carbon and climate impacts. And then lastly, related to carbon and climate change, AO believes there needs to be additional collaboration between DEQ and ODF related to DEQ's Executive Order 2004 rulemaking efforts, especially any that would include carbon offset credits from forestry activities, such as the greenhouse gas emissions rulemaking dubbed the carbon reduction, the cap and reduce program. Second, I'm going to touch on the overarching issues work plan. In general, AOL thought that it might be interesting to provide an opportunity to engage ODF staff to help drive those changes to the forestry program for Oregon. The Forest Service did something similar to this for their forest products modernization, and it could provide a more balanced approach to the overarching strategies moving forward. AOL basically wants to ensure that these efforts are happening with staff rather than to staff. And lastly, related to the State Forest Division, AOL will be excited to participate in the NEPA process and just want to ensure for the HCP and want to ensure that the act is able to be utilized as intended, which means that public input is reviewed and used to provide alternatives and identify issues for analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Travis Williams. Your time starts now. Travis, are you unmuted?
All right, my apologies there.
No worries. Let me go ahead and put you back on. 1 second. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Chair Imison and board members, I appreciate your time and consideration today and your service to the state and your capacity on the Board of Forestry. My name is Travis Williams, and since 2000, I've served as Riverkeeper and Executive Director of Willamette Riverkeeper. I'm here today on behalf of Willamette Riverkeeper, Cascadia Wildlands, Oregon Wild, and numerous other groups and individuals who are opposed to ODF's proposed Santiam State Forest salvage logging project. Our organization submitted written comments to ODF on December 23rd, 2020. My testimony today is to highlight just a couple of key issues that we're concerned about. After the Board of Forestry approved the 2-year work plan back in March of 2020, we had the devastating fires this summer. We believe that part of your mid-course correction of your work plan can incorporate changes to how you evaluate and consider these proposed sales. As part of this, we are asking you to do more than a relatively short cursory review of the impacts to clean water, healthy functioning habitat, and drinking water from the proposed sales. The future of thousands of acres of public forest land is at stake, and the impacts of the proposed sales as they're configured at this point can be more far-reaching. Again, I want to point out the issue of drinking water, and that this issue continues to demand more consideration, with many examples that we've seen over time, and some just recently that have been highlighted in the media. In addition, we believe the proposed stream buffers as they are currently configured are far too small and must be widened to protect water quality and stream health. Many local people in the Santiam watershed are very concerned about these proposed sales, from the impacts to the upper Santiam special trout stream, to Rock Creek's headwaters, and of course the whole of Rock Creek. Middle Evans Creek is also very special to many people and wildlife. And a lot of folks in the Elkhorn area are very concerned with these proposed sales. For a moment, I'd like to take you back to the 2012 implementation plan goals. The goals in that plan harken back to a more natural, timely recovery from fire and natural creation of habitat over time. All of these point to the spirit under which ODF is to undertake any restoration project as proposed. We believe ODF should adhere to those principles. In our view, the board should take some additional time and work with community members and the range of people who care about the ecological health of the Santiam State Forest, and defer any decision on the proposed sales until the March meeting. One need only take a look from an aerial view of the Santiam State Forest and the surrounding landscape. The small patchwork of remaining forest tells the tale. The Santiam State Forest is a very special place by comparison, and we should not relegate it to natural resource decisions that harken back, frankly, to a prior era. I appreciate your time today, and I thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you for concluding your comments. We're moving on to the next is Seth Barnes. We have unmuted you, so hopefully you're ready. I'm going to pull up the time here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and your time starts now.
Excellent. So Chair Amundson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I'm representing the Oregon Forest Industries Council. A historic set of significant reforms passed last June in Senate Bill 1602 that restrict helicopter applications of pesticides on forest land within 300 feet of homes, schools, and drinking water, and created a new first in the nation real-time neighbor notification system and reporting requirement. The industry has been working hard to ensure that we are all up to speed on those new provisions and ready to implement those things. I want to offer a simple thank you to the department. First off, for the record, OFIC is not a signatory to the Forestry Accord MOU codified in Senate Bill 1602. Having said that, we certainly support the legislation as well as conversations in the process that has commenced. I want to thank the department and the board for your support as this novel process gets underway. Frankly, this is a new and promising approach, and I just want to express our appreciation to the leadership expressed by the division and the board in allowing the policy space for these conversations to unfold. I believe all the parties are approaching the process in good faith with a lot of hope. I didn't prepare any written comments to submit, but I did just earlier this morning send Hillary a copy of the recent press release from the governor's office, marking the progress of the Forestry Accord to this point and expressing hopefulness moving forward. Transitioning a little bit, I also wanted to express support for the reforestation focus of the compliance monitoring program in the aftermath of the 2020 fires. That will certainly be a prominent conversation moving forward. In recovering these lands. I want to emphasize that word, recovering these lands. This landscape was devastated, as many of you know, and it's heartbreaking both for the communities and those who have been impacted. Our members have been right in the center of all of that, and the work is ongoing to recover those lands. We're committed to recovery in those landscapes, and we appreciate the partnership of ODF and the ODF State Forest's commitment to recovery of those state forests as well. Those lands were impacted, and there will be impacts to all of us. And it's not a matter of whether those impacts will occur. They have occurred. Now we have to recover those lands, and I appreciate the emphasis on that recovery as we can see in countless other examples, including Mount St. Helens and the Tillamook burn, those efforts can result in recovery. And we can see those evidence of those in those other instances. So I applaud the department's focus there, and I would hope that focus will continue to be on the recovery of all of those acres. Transitioning slightly, stakeholder involvement in the natural and cultural resource task force process that's underway is going to be important as well, and we would appreciate that stakeholder involvement in that process as it unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. On to the last testimony provider, Catherine Thomason. I went ahead and gave you clearance to unmute, so we're going to start your time now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chair Imeson and members of the board, my name is Catherine Thomason. I am speaking on behalf of the Environmental Caucus of the Democratic Party. I am a physician by training and understand the absolute necessity for clean, safe drinking water. I would like to direct the board's attention to the well-referenced coalition report providing suggestions and summary of recent references for sequestration of carbon in our forests. I don't see anything sufficient in detail in these work plans for the department to achieve a solid sequestration plan that is due in June in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture and the Global Warming Commission. Climate change will drastically affect and impact water resources in our drinking watersheds, of which 75% come from forested lands. The work plan for private forests includes a brief paragraph stating that DEQ and ODF departments are considering revisions of an existing MOU between the agencies to address differences and to seek agreement for testing for rules sufficiently for implementing TMDLs. Yet, that surprises me because there have been frank failures of water quality problems in community drinking waters, as reported last week by the Oregonian and OPB. Systems such as Corbett Watershed, Arch Cape, Salem, and Rockaway Beach are only a few that establish the failure of the current forest practices plan to protect safe drinking water. Corbett is facing 2.2 million for new wells. That may not be sufficient, all due to a single clear cut near its water intake. Rockaway Beach has had nearly all of its watershed clear cut over the last 20 years, requiring a new water filtration plant, and it is still facing additional costs. Please do more than consider revisions of the existing MOU. DEQ and ODF need to work together well to make sure that all Oregonians have access to safe, clean drinking water. And there needs to be marked improvement in oversight and rulemaking to make that happen. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. So, Board Chair, this concludes our public testimony portion. And just a note to the testimony providers, you're welcome to stay in the Zoom attendee queue. However, we ask that you just remain muted for the remainder of this item. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd also like to thank all of the four of you who took the time to make comments to the board today. We appreciate it. And now back to you, John. I think this is a time when if you have any comments, that would be fine. And then we'll want to see if board members have any questions for you or the division chiefs at this point.
Thank you, Tom. Correct. At this point, that concludes all the work plans and the elements therein, as well as the changes that have occurred. And so what stands in front of the board is a a recommendation to approve the plans as they have been noted and the changes that have been identified therein with the plans that changes have occurred. And then we'll also have the opportunity to address any additional questions that may remain from any of the presenters relative to all the plans.
Right, and Brenda has her hand up, so we'll start with her.
Thanks, Tom and John. John, there were quite a few comments and suggestions made over the last hour or so regarding these work plans, and it's not clear to me if those will be incorporated or how they'll be incorporated. So I guess I'm a little unsure about what exactly it is we're voting on here. Could you help me understand?
So to a degree, from the climate change carbon plan, the changes that are within that plan are explicitly the addition of the climate change carbon plan that was added to the original work plan approved in March, and the additional work that will entail, which will then subsequently come back to the board actually later in this meeting itself, but then at subsequent board meetings as well. The other changes within that are a changing in the timelines for the items that are there. So within the climate change plan, there are several milestones that have been passed but will be readdressed, and so that would be within that plan. As for the private forest piece, there are no substantive changes, and from the other plans, no substantial changes as well.
Well,
I believe.
Brenda.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, but okay. Let's hear from somebody else.
Well, let me just, if this is helpful, I think what's before us is, if you look at the written material that was provided, and then folks went through that written material, where it talks about additions to division work, for example, changes to work plan, that's what we would be acknowledging. So this is also a time where the board members could offer changes to those plans, or as they see necessary, and that could be accommodated as well based on the discussion that we have here today.
Yeah, I understand that, Tom. I read the materials. I understand what we're voting on relative to the written materials, but there have been a number of comments made over the last hour that would seem to alter some of these plans. And so are we to propose amendments to these plans at this time? I guess I'm not clear what the next step is.
Well, I think that it would be helpful probably to draw those out, and if those who division chiefs, John or others, want to clarify that, that would be a helpful thing as well. So maybe what would be useful right now is if you or other board members have questions about those things, this is a good time to articulate those and get clarification.
Tom, I don't have any questions, and I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt the revision of the work plans as presented.
Okay, and we can continue this discussion. I'm happy to, since we're down to 4 people here, for the purposes of this discussion, I will second that motion, and then, again, ask Brenda, in your case, if there are some specific questions that you have where you're concerned about what's included and what not, that would be helpful to get those clarified. But I'm also saying if Peter or division chiefs have want to offer some further clarification, that would be good too.
That's great. I believe Jim has his hand up, so he.
Great. I see Jim's hand up now. Yeah. Jim?
Yeah, I was just going to address what Brenda was saying. I think in these processes, as we've gone through them before, I mean, there's always the formality and then these conversations, and there's always the formal decision, and then there's always a little bit of a squishy side to all of this. The squishy side being what staff takes out of the various comments being made, and I think it's hard to totally formalize all of that. Usually, I think the staff does a reasonably good job of following up on what the direction of the comments of the board. Not always. I mean, sometimes I think there are things that are brought up and then lost, but I think that I think we're in a place where we should be able to just go ahead and vote unless there's a specific amendment. I'm okay with voting with it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, I think we're voting unless there's an exception to this. We're voting on the material that was provided, but we can also have exceptions to that. So that's what I'm trying to see is there something specific that any member of the board would like to see modified for this purpose?
Yeah, and Tom, this is Peter, and thanks for that comment, Jim, because I think that's a question that I'm struggling with looking at my notes that I've taken on some of this. You know, you don't want to necessarily wait around for goal G, and so you could make a motion perhaps to say, well, let's make sure it's on the agenda, and then currently in the actual submitted work, it is scheduled to come with a discussion on values in March. So I don't know if there needs to be a change, but otherwise, in terms of when we evaluate incentives, you know, you wanted us to include, or Brenda wanted us to include evaluation of incentive structures in our climate change work. And is that a new topic, or is that just direction on the scope of what we're particularly covering? So I would defer to Brenda on, you know, we'll make sure that the board comments on the direction and include that in the minutes so it's in the record and staff does take it serious. Or are there particular ones that you want formalized in motion on those? So I'll defer to you.
Okay. Thank you, Peter, for that clarification. That's helpful. I think as long as, excuse me for a second, as long as it's in the minutes and we can refer back to that, then that's fine. There are two things regarding the carbon climate piece. One was that list of incentives. The other was to understand how you maximize carbon sequestration while minimizing greenhouse gas emissions as a point of reference. Those were two things that I guess I would like to see. The other is in the state forests plan, and that is how other state agencies are viewing the actions taken regarding the Santiam State Forest. So those were the two things that caught my attention. If that could be recorded in the minutes and referred to later, then that's fine. I'm fine with Jim's proposal.
Great, thanks for that, Brenda. And we will make sure I had that first one written down around greenhouse, the maximizing sequestration while minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. And I think that's an important one. I mean, we heard Dr. Warner Kurtz talk about the importance of true goal is greenhouse gas balances, not one thing or another. So I think having that holistic evaluation will be really important.
Yeah, if I could just expand on that, please, Peter. I was referring to greenhouse gas emissions associated with all aspects of forest management, including fire protection, stand management, harvesting, and transportation.
Yes, thanks for that clarification.
I guess I also want to just in terms of the Goal G possibility of moving up that schedule. I was speaking for myself. Brenda seemed supportive. Joe not so much, and Tom was equivocating. So I would really not push for a formal change unless Tom is supportive of that. And if he is, I would suggest we do that.
Well, and I will, I will have a follow-up with you, Jim, on that topic, and maybe we can think of a way to kind of try to meet the concerns of Joe and Tom in terms of not a full board, but maybe making some progress along drafting some initial ideas, or really spending some time on defining public input. So if you wouldn't mind, I would love to follow up and have a little bit more discussion. And you've always asked us to be sort of more flexible through time on our work plans. And I think, as we maybe come up with a collaborative solution to move forward, we can bring that up and add that in at a later time as well. We don't have to. Does that make sense at all?
I'm good with that. Tom is. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I mean, and Jim, I don't want delay to that. I'm also not very supportive of delaying things because we don't have a full board. And maybe the flip of that is that it'll spark actions to complete the full board. But I'm also concerned that we are missing participants that should be a part of this because of the inability to have a full board represented here. It's a fine kettle of fish, I guess, that none of us want to continue this way. So, yeah.
Yeah, Tom, I would just add, and maybe just as I thought about that a little bit more as the meeting went on, just for Brenda and Jim's, just make sure you understand what I'm thinking. Part of my thinking regarding that has to do with when the three of us came on this board and our experience when we came on this board. And my hope is that when we bring new members on the board, it's more productive and we're more successful. And so that's my I guess my feel. That's how I'm feeling, is that I hope that we can when we bring new board members on, that we're doing it in a way that's this well and productive, and we onboard them well.
Yeah.
So that we can be a productive board, because we are a board. We're not in, we're operating as a board. So anyway, just a little more color on what my thought process is there for you two.
And just on my thought process, I wouldn't be here if I didn't support the idea of the board continuing to, act as a board. It's important that we do that. When there are major decisions, I worry about the fact that, we're missing voices that I think all of us would say need to be part of this conversation as well. So it's, but I think, the message to staff shouldn't be that the board wants to delay work until we have until everybody that's coming to this board has been approved by the Senate, or will be further behind when we get to that point, and we don't want that either. So, okay, then any further discussion about this issue? If not,
Tom,
yeah.
Tom, I'm sorry, excuse me, now I'm a little confused. So I heard Jim say that we didn't want to delay making any decisions, which I support, because who knows when we're going to have a full board, and it is our responsibility to make some decisions. And then I agree with Joe about the issues that frustrations we all faced when we came on, but still, I believe we need to make decisions. And then Tom, I just heard you say maybe we shouldn't
No,
vote or make decisions now, or we
no,
should?
I talked
I'm
about a
confused.
personal concern I have, which actually could reflect how I vote on a matter. It's not to delay it, but it may, if I think that that somehow we're missing something in the conversation. I also said, I don't want this sent as a message to staff to delay.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of reserving, my own vote on something will be partly based on whether I think that we've had the kind of complete conversation we need to have. And that's a personal matter. So
Okay,
I can't
thank
help
you.
much more than that. But I'm not doing that on anything that's before us today. And I don't really intend to, because I think the pressure needs to be for people to fill these positions, and so that this board can have the full conversation that I think is implied when you create a 7-person board, and it has geographic representation that is part of it. We need to be, it would be, the best situation would be to have the complete board in place. But I'm not going to, and I'm not picking something today to say, I'm not going to personally support that because we don't have a full board. I don't, but I'm also going to think about how long I'm going to stay in the position I'm in. And I'm trying to be a good sport about it. I resigned from this board last spring. I'm making plans for my own personal life. I didn't expect to be at this meeting today, but I have also told the governor's office that as far as I can tell, I'm going to continue to be a member of this board until replaced. And that's my intention, is to stay involved and engaged as long as I'm, until such time as the Senate has confirmed somebody to replace my position on the board. So,
thank you, Tom.
yeah. Okay, then if there's no further discussion, we'll have a roll call vote on this matter, which is to adopt the recommendation as I would say modified by our conversation, or clarified by our conversation today as well. Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And Tom Imison, I'm an aye. So the motion is approved unanimously. We will, Peter, I'm looking to you. I'm assuming that we should take the break that we have and reconvene at 1 because we have other people who are probably counting on that timing. So we'll just have a little longer lunch break than we normally might have, unless there's something further that we need to, we could discuss at this point.
No, I think that's correct, Tom. We don't have any real flex on the operator of the year, and there's nothing that we think that's small enough to fit in early now. So I think we should just take a break and return at 1 as scheduled.
All right, so we'll remember to mute your phones and stop your videos and be with us shortly before 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Hillary, Board of Forestry Administrator. I'll go ahead and share my video so you can see my face there. And we did bring in quite a few folks. So we're hoping to just do a quick video and mic check. So go ahead and everybody engage your video and unmute yourself. And we're going to go down the list just to make sure that everybody can hear us and see us. So first on that list is Daryl Jacobs. Can we do a quick hello?
Hi there, he's coming.
No worries. Are you Jennifer?
I am Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
And let's see.
I'm trying to deal with.
So can you hear and see us, Jen and Daryl?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna probably have you all disengage your video and mute yourself until it's your time to, offer some comments or introduce yourself to the board. If you have any questions at all, use that chat function and just hit everyone and it will reach to Jason and myself, who are your logistics team here in Salem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's go next on that list. Greg Wagenblast, just quick video mic check.
Yep, I'm here.
Great, and you can hear us okay?
Yep, everything's great. Thanks.
Wonderful, thanks so much. Next is Scott Swearingen.
Yep, I'm here. I can hear you just fine.
Excellent, thank you. We're gonna move down. Frank Chandler.
Yep.
Hi, Frank. Welcome to the Zoom meeting. Let us know if you have any questions.
Okay.
In the
I
same.
can hear somebody else talking in the background.
Is that from your side or my side, you think?
It's on your side. They're talking to. Well, here we go. Now I heard Frank Chandler again. So I don't know if I got this going twice. You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I can hear you just fine. Were you able to hear the information I provided to the Jacobs? About the using the chat function if you have any questions, and in the meanwhile, just to disengage your video and mute until it's time for you to provide comment? Okay. I will take that as a yes. Moving down, I have a Leslie Anderson.
Yes, we're here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
So I can see two faces in there. If you move your computer over a little bit to your left, there you go. All the lovely faces. Okay, can you hear us all right?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. And did you have any questions for the information I just provided those two folks?
No,
Wonderful. So at the bottom, if you guys have any questions throughout the meeting, go ahead and use that chat function. And like I said, the logistics team will respond as quickly as they can.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And go ahead and disengage your video and sound for now. And is that everyone that you saw? Okay.
Hey, Hillary, John Kraus made it up there and he's with you in the Tillamook room, right?
Yes, he's just not showing right now because we have our lunch break screen still up.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure he was there. Thank you.
Yes, we'll have John do a quick mic check here whenever he's ready. Yeah, about 1 foot, that's good.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3.
Greg, how did that sound?
Sounded good. He's loud and clear.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Appreciate you guys and all the effort you're putting in.
Well, everybody in the room is ready to go. I know we're about 9 minutes away from rejoining the meeting, but I'm letting Peter and Tom Imeson know that we are ready here in Tillamook.
Hi, Jason. This is Jason with logistics team. Are you there?
Frank Chandler. Yes.
Hi, Frank. Great to have you.
Hey, I'm on here. I'm new to this, so it's working. Thank you. Did I lose you?
No, you're here. Feel free to go ahead and you can go on mute till we get to your portion of the presentation. Thanks.
Are we about ready to go?
Yes, we're ready in the Tillamook room in Salem with our presenters. And it looks like all of the board members have joined, as well as the operators. So we're ready when you are.
Well, it's 12:59, so when Apple time says it's 1, then we'll start.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry. And want to remind members of the public that if you would like to submit written testimony for informational items presented at this meeting for the record, please send in your comments by January 20th. And now we'll recognize our operators of the year who set an industry example by consistently going above and beyond the requirements of the Forest Practices Act. I want to say this is, it's unfortunate that we need to do it in this way, but that's part of the pandemic that we're all dealing with, because this is a really nice event and people's families join them, and the board is really happy to provide this kind of recognition. But we are improvising, and so here we are. So I'll turn to Scott Swearingen and John Kraus to present this topic.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. I'm Scott Swearingen. I'm the Private Forest Division's Field Support Unit Manager. We'll start with the staff presentation detailing the Operator of the Year Award program and the awards recipients' work. Unfortunately, as you said, due to the COVID restrictions and protecting everyone's safety, this year's plaque presentation has been modified with the hopes we'll return to in-person ceremonies next year. This year, the plaques were delivered to the winners in December with some photos taken at the time. So we'll call the winners' name and show several of the photos of each winner with their awards.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, members of the board, and State Forester Doherty. I'm John Kraus, a stewardship forester serving the Forest Grove District out of Columbia City. This afternoon, we'll review the operator recognition program. Then we will play videos capturing the work done by the 2020 Operators of the Year. To conclude, we'll invite you to recognize the operators for their excellent work. Now let's take a look at the recognition program goals, which are to recognize operators who consistently and voluntarily perform above the Oregon Forest Practices Act minimum requirements, and to improve public understanding of the Forest Practices Act, its administration, and its effectiveness in protecting natural resources. These are derived from the Oregon Revised Statutes and the Forestry Program for Oregon under Goal D. ORS 527-630 states the Oregon Forest Practices Act policy and Goal D strives to protect and improve the physical and biological quality of soil and water resources of Oregon forests through the administration of the Forest Practices Act. The department's effort to honor the work that exceeds, in a good way, natural resource protection requirements includes excellent performance at 3 levels. First, the department and board may recognize the operators of the year for each area: Eastern, Northwest, and Southwest. The board typically relies upon the regional forest practices committees with assistance from the private forest division staff and stewardship foresters to review the operator of the year nominations. Second, the regional committees may grant merit awards to recognize an operator's outstanding work, but only if the operator was nominated for the Operator of the Year award. Third, commendation letters provide local recognition for high quality work. Operators may be nominated by anyone, but typically stewardship foresters, various logging association members, industry members, landowners, and community leaders nominate operators they see doing an exemplary job, like Harold Rowe of Roseburg Resources, who nominated the Southern Oregon Region Operator of the Year and was endorsed by Coos Bay ODF Stewardship Forester, Jennifer Ward. Jason Pettigrew, an ODF Stewardship Forester who works out of the Klamath Falls office, nominated the Eastern Oregon Operator of the Year. This year's Northwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year was nominated by myself. A quick note, this year, 10 nominations were received for Operator of the Year, which is one of the largest number received in recent past. A number of these nominations were submitted by landowners, which is a great example of their support for the operators. The Operators of the Year are selected based on 5 criteria, which are consistency. The committee assesses whether the operator has a history of performing above the Forest Practices Act minimum requirements. Difficulty. Did the operation include streams, lakes, or rivers, challenging topography, or critical habitat? Essentially, was this an atypical harvest that required particular care and skill to be successful? Innovation and extra effort. The committee asked whether the operator implemented a new technology or strategy in its operation, or did the operator exert extra caution and effort to ensure it both complied with and performed above the Forest Practices Act minimum requirements? Results. As the operator strives for business results, the committee and department staff assesses whether the nominees achieve the results the Forest Practices Act seeks and the results you ask the department to achieve through the rules you promulgate and your leadership. Financial risk to the operator. The nominees are also graded on whether, in addition to their business risk, they took on additional financial risk to achieve exemplary results. The Regional Forest Practices Committee members select the Operators of the Year by either touring the sites or reviewing videos that capture the operations and reviewing the nomination applications. They then deliberate as a committee to select the Operator of the Year and name merit award recipients. After the recipients are selected, the department works with the various outlets to achieve the second goal, educating people about the Forest Practices Act and how it works. The department recognizes the Operators of the Year at the Associated Oregon Loggers and the Oregon Small Woodlands Association annual meetings, the Oregon Logging Conference through media coverage, and using various ODF venues, including print and various social media outlets. Before we look at the 2020 Operators of the Year, we would like to share with you the 2020 Merit Award recipients. The Merit Award recipients for 2020 are Weber Logging and Construction from Roseburg, Oregon, and Rocky Wardle of Rogue River, Oregon. From Northwest Oregon region, Greg Johnson Logging from Blodgett, Oregon, J.M. Browning Logging out of Astoria, Green Up Enterprises from Estacada, and Wayne Stone Logging from Sandy, Oregon. Chair Imeson, members of the board, before we turn to the videos that highlight the operator's work, I would like to thank Jim Gershbach, ODF Public Affairs Representative, for his excellent work preparing these videos. Before we show the videos, are there any questions we can answer about the recognition program?
I just asked board members if you have any questions at this point about the program itself. And seeing none, we can continue. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now let's take a look at the 2020 Operators of the Year. The Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year, Daryl Jacobs Trucking of Klamath Falls, Oregon, earned the award for working with multiple landowners on a landscape forest health and fuels reduction project in the Copperfield Draw area of Klamath County. While conducting the operation to improve forest health, the operator protected sensitive and riparian areas, was thoughtful in the operational layout for soils, reduced smoke emissions through biomass utilization, enhanced mule deer habitat through forage manipulation, and provided a service to small landowners that is challenging to conduct on that scale. Daryl Jacobs Trucking focused on successfully dealing with the complexity of East Side Oregon issues while delivering a quality product to these landowners. The award also recognizes Daryl Jacobs Trucking for decades of consistently applying best management practices to safeguard forest resources, even under challenging circumstances.
Overarching project is called the Chiloquin Community Forest and Fire Project, and it's approximately 185,000 acres, and that includes private and forest service land around the Chiloquin area.
Main goal is landscape treatments of 100,000 acres in scale on the ground for fuels reduction, forest health, wildlife, focus on water, social, producing revenue.
We try to educate ourselves as much as possible. So when we see a seminar or a meeting that has to do with forest health, fire safety, whatever, we're always intensely interested if it's our area. And we knew there was a lot of things that needed to be done that we couldn't afford or manage on our own.
Leanne Bradenberg is the project manager for that project, and she hired Daryl Jacobs Logging.
Our role is to do it's a cut, skid, and deck on the thinning, and we are taking out some of the mulch logs, but not very many. The more defected mulch to come out, and we're basically, it's a forest health on private land, and just more of a cleanup fire prevention project.
The Oregon Forest Practices Act requires reforestation, adherence to rules, protection of streams, wildlife, soils, the operation, there's policies and procedures, best management practices in Oregon, along with forest management. Other rules, policies, the operator has to adhere to not only insurance, there's OSHA for his employees, but then just fire risk reduction for the Oregon Department of Forestry, fire laws when we're in fire season, they have to have required equipment, protection for the landowner.
Yeah, just all your normal, your policies that the state has through your creeks and your drainages and everything like that. But yeah, you follow all the normal logging practice rules and regulations. And on like a lot of these little private pieces like that, you got fences, and so we take the fence down, have to put fences up, and I mean, it's just driveways and everything like that we're dealing with.
They were very professional and outstanding
We interacted with them, and they told us exactly what they wanted to do. Did we want to change anything? We did a few changes, nothing serious. Had no problem with at all with what they did.
Right. They came in before they ever started and sat down right here at this table, had coffee, and laid out what they were going to do, when they were going to do it, and how and where, and said, now, what are your thoughts on this? And they listened to what we said. They were going to do 2 or 3 huge slash piles. We asked them please not to. They wanted to know where we wanted the slash piles. Well, that's important. We didn't want one right here in front of the gate, and they did that for us. They wanted to know if there were any areas that they shouldn't trespass, and we told them please, because we hay our meadow and we didn't want it to be damaged in any way. And they said, well, we probably will need to cross the meadow, and so we laid out a lane for them, marked it with tape, and that's where they crossed. And they did not ever move anywhere outside of that lane. So we only have one lane that we have to go back and harrow and make better. And it was our decision where to do it. And they made a lot of adjustments in how to get their equipment in and so on, just to satisfy our desire for the meadow to remain intact. They gave us marking tape so that we could surround. They thought the juniper should go because it's a weed tree and all that. But we kind of like the mixed look. And so we just took this tape and wrapped a few of them, and they left them. And to me, that's working with the landowner to make sure they're happy. When they drive away, the landowners are happy. When this project is done, the people that were involved in it are happy. And that's the best outcome you can hope for in a project.
So there we have it.
It's a good project that they're doing if you own private ground and want it cleaned up, that's the only way you'll ever get it done, because it's cost prohibitive to do it yourself.
Next is the Southwest Oregon region winner, D&H Logging at Coos Bay, Oregon, who earned the award for their diligent planning and harvesting. While doing forestry, D&H Logging protected a number of resources, including streams, stream buffers, fish habitat, soils, marbled murrelet, northern spotted owl, osprey wetlands, and freshwater emergent wetlands. They also provided for the traveling public safety with flagging, regulating traffic daily through the operation areas. The award also recognizes D&H Logging for a history of consistently applying best management practices to safeguard forest resources, even under challenging circumstances.
We started taking over the business from my parents in the late 80s, early 90s. So the partnership now is my brother, sister, and I. I'm the youngest, and I kind of do all the PR work and setting up. My brother does a lot of the production, and my sister spends the money.
So for this logging operation, there were 3 different bird species that required protection under the Oregon Forest Practices rules. So there was an osprey, there was a northern spotted owl, and then also marbled murrelet habitat in the area. So they had to work in the outside of the nesting season in order to protect those species. And there was also a large type F stream, a fish-bearing stream. So the birds require temporal restriction periods, and in order to not have daily timing restrictions on the operation, they had to move their operation into the off-season when the birds aren't nesting. And so they did that. They operated between October and were out of here before February.
Well, the environmental constraints here were always an issue here. Starting an operation with cutting and flagging here is October 1, and knowing you're going to have to finish here before February. And in February, it was an awful narrow window, especially in the winter. But anyway, D&H was willing to take on those risks and operate here, and that shows the strength of their operation when you can take on those kind of narrow windows and constraints and then finish ahead of time. We finished there, I think, somewhere around January 6th. So we were well ahead of plan here.
We wanted to make sure we had to hang in certain areas so we weren't knocking any limbs out that the marble murrelet like to nest in. So we're real careful on not damaging any nesting type ground or any nesting type limbs, timber that would be there.
So when they were downhill logging this, they had full suspension over the unit. They didn't disturb hardly any soil at all within the operation area. So that left a slash mat over the unit, no soil compaction. There wasn't any sedimentation issues with the stream. They were careful to not operate within the RMA, the buffer area. And so the stream was essentially untouched and unharmed from this operation.
We do our best to try to comply with all regulations. I've seen it all. I've been in the days where we clean cricks, and I've been in the days where we put stuff back in cricks. So it's a learning game, and everybody's learning as we go what works best for the environment.
We had some old growth stuff here. The biggest tree here was about 62 inches in diameter. But anyway, we had some big second growth scattered in these stands, up to about 42 inches scattered in it, and of course a really selection of 24 inch and down scattered in it, with a tremendous amount of myrtle and maple and mixed species here, which is very common on these kind of tougher sites here.
They also were working in very steep rocky terrain, so that was a safety hazard for the crew.
That job on Camp Creek there next to Mill Creek, yeah, was probably in the top 10% of some of the hardest work jobs that we've done.
I mean, with all these factors in play, you have to have somebody that's very, very much on his A game, or it's not going to work very well for you.
They also, instead of yarding most of it uphill, they used a downhill yarding practice, which is also more dangerous for the loggers.
But if you went up on top and looked at the size of the landings, they're very small, and to deal with it, trying to pull those big logs up over them bluffs would have been very, very difficult. So the majority of the whole unit went down.
And then we came in and looked at it and decided we would try it. And anyway, after doing one portion or one setting of it, it worked very well. The results were very positive. And we're only positive because of the workmanship of the contractor D&H. Yeah, the other big concern for us from the safety issue here was the main road. We have a complete main paved road here that runs through. It's a through road, comes out over in the Elkton area. Full-time flaggers were enforced here from the beginning of the cutting operation right through the logging operation. So there was 2 flaggers here, one on each end with radio communication with the loggers and the cutting contractor at all times.
And we actually hauled up some bark out of one of the mill yards and put it on the pavement so we could park the equipment on it. So we tried to do less damage to the pavement, and that worked real well.
But with the absolute control that D&H has, you can have confidence in them doing what they say they're going to do. And of all the times that we were here, we didn't have one complaint from anybody.
Crew's going to do the right thing, and they don't have to be out here babysitting, and neither does the State Forestry. We'll do what we can. If I got a problem, I'll call. So that's kind of how we run our business.
Finally, the Northwest Oregon region winner is CNC Logging out of Kelso, Washington, who earned the award for their continual innovation in developing and bringing new technology to the logging industry, making logging safer, more efficient, and productive, all while protecting forest resources. They were involved with developing new technology and applying it to logging. This has allowed them to efficiently log on a wide variety of difficult ground, all while protecting forest resources. The award also recognizes CNC Logging for decades of consistently applying best management practices to safeguard forest resources, and doing this while achieving an exemplary degree of worker safety.
Mom and Dad started the business in 1967, so grew up in a logging business and did logging my whole life through summers and college. Graduated flight technology from Central Washington University. Started flight instructing a bit, and then bought an airplane and decided I needed to pay for it, come back logging. So. I got a leg I drag around to remind me that you can't undo dead, I guess, but so it's a life changer. Well, from my family to all the people that come and visit you in the hospital, and all the how you change their lives. So it's not just you being responsible for yourself out here, it's you being responsible for everybody around you.
He wants to make sure that his crew gets home safely at night.
You're awesome. My four tower crew's running, zero injuries. We had zero lost time, all rigging guys, not even a twisted angle.
He's very involved in the safety initiatives at the state level in both Oregon and Washington. So he's a leader not just among Weyerhaeuser contractors, but in the industry.
In automation, you have now you have a safer industry, better jobs, more professional jobs, which is all things the industry is drastically needed.
We value that they value people, because you go out there, you meet the crews, and they really put a lot of emphasis on good behavior with their crews. They're polite, respectful, and they also get the job done in a way that we'd like, where the job is ready for the next person to come along, which is our planting crew. CNC, one of the things they do when they're logging, they're very efficient and economical when they log. I'll sit down with them, we'll develop a plan on how it's going to be cut, and then they pass it on to their operators, and the operators are just superb.
Super important that we pick contractors who are not just technically capable, but willing to grow and expand, use technology in places where we can have a lighter footprint, where the impact to the environment is not just minimized, but we can actually enhance it.
So the technology we use minimizes ground disturbance and enhances the water quality. For example, we will, if we're grapple logging uphill away from a stream, we won't run our lines across the stream. We will we'll run the lines on this side of the stream and use a mobile tail holt, so we're not getting in and near the fish buffers and actually impacting those any way whatsoever.
And they do that with georeference maps. These maps are loaded onto their smartphones or their tablets, so the operators that are in the machines can look at that map, know where they are in relation to all these other draws and streams. They recently went out and purchased a drone to use to string their hay wire out.
Environmentally, it's been good, because now instead of stringing the lines underneath the riparian areas and then picking them up and they're hung down and all the branches come off, we actually string the lines across the top. So a hook tender would generally just go as little distance as possible, which means we have a little less lift. Now we'll go another 3,000 feet in about 4 seconds. So we'll hang on a tail hook cap more often, which is something that's not going to come out of the ground and create erosion issues and that sort of thing. And we can increase our payloads with the yarder because we're on something that's more of a fixed anchor.
That drone is that perfect. To me, it's a great example of how innovation can work to make things safer, protect the resource. Frank has pioneered a use of this new technique where you eliminate the need to have people on the ground. This carriage, which will come out, they'll come over the logs, they'll use cameras, so there's a camera in the cab of the yarder, and there's a camera on the hydraulic carriage, so he can see what's going on, and he'll drop that carriage with the grapples over the turn of logs and pull it up the hill, basically eliminating the need to have people in that risky location. I was out on a logging operation last week, and I saw a piece of equipment that I had never seen before. It was a John Deere 850 skidder with a grapple attachment with eco tracks that he's using to pull the wood from the unit to the landing. And this is an example of how Frank Chandler is always looking for the next greatest, best technology. So industrial forest landowners recently this summer approached Frank Chandler and asked him if he'd be willing to help develop a new ground-based spray application. No other logger is doing this type of work. He's out there on the forefront. It's pretty exciting.
And we have a lot of trust in him, and that trust is well-founded and well-placed, I think.
Chair Imeson, board members, and State Forester Doherty. These are your 2020 Operators of the Year. Do you have any questions?
I'm seeing no questions, so we can keep right on going. Thank you. And I'd also would like to thank Jim from Public Affairs for his work on those videos. They were really terrifically done.
Yeah, thanks, Scott and John. And I would like to, on behalf of the Private Forest Division staff, thank the 2020 Operators of the Year for their exemplary work. And on behalf of the department staff, I also want to thank the operators for their outstanding effort and example. It's really great to see this kind of work and have it documented. So thank you very much.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this recognition program and share these operators' stories with you this afternoon. We're going to move to the individual recognition now.
Now we would like to recognize Gerald Jacobs for the Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
And congratulations from the board. And is this the time where we provide the opportunity to make some comments?
Yep.
Great.
So Jennifer and Daryl, Jacobs, go ahead and turn your video and unmute yourself. We welcome you to offer any comments.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you to the board and Jason Pettigrew from the state and Leanne on this project. It was a good project, and my crew. You can't say enough about the crew that works here.
Well, congratulations. I've heard a lot about the Chiloquin work all over, and to see someone working on 100,000 acres is pretty dang impressive. So thanks for all that you do, and congratulations on your well-deserved award.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate it. And congratulations to all the other operators that received this too.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Next is Brad Haga of D&H Logging for the Southwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
And again, congratulations on behalf of the Board of Forestry for your work that earned this award. And we'd like to invite you to make comments as well.
Yeah, well, we'd really like to say thanks for, just being recognized is really great. That we do a lot of hard work out here, and it's dangerous work, and it's nice to be recognized for doing a good job sometimes. But the crew is the ones that do all the work, and they're like family to us, and we couldn't do it without them. So they're the ones that get the greatest. Jennifer Ward, she was excellent working with us from the state. Also, Harold Rao from Roseburg Lumber, our contract administrator. You can't have a better contract administrator. He was he's been a logger, and so he knows the ins and outs and all the environmental issues, plus knowing how to log. So he was on the same mindset on how we need to get this done. So great to work with, and also want to thank the BLM, because it was a high visible public place and a lot of traffic, and working with the BLM, they were great to work with also along that project. And sitting here is my partners, my sister, my Leslie, and my brother Gary. And you guys got any comments?
I just want to say thank you for honoring us with this. And I do spend all the money, just saying.
Thank you.
Leslie, I was going to ask you that, but I was a little embarrassed.
Oh, no. No, I sit in here and just spend it.
Well, congratulations, all of you, and congratulations to your crew.
Thank you.
Anybody in a leadership role knows it's the crew that gets the work done, but it does take a good leader to make sure it happens. So congratulations on a well-deserved award.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Last but not least is Frank Chandler of CNC Logging for the Northwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
And congratulations to you as well. And we'd like to invite you to make remarks.
Okay, again, I'd like to say from our crew, thank you to all you folks out there for recognizing what they do. Crew is very, very honored and excited. And we here at management at CNC, mom, dad, my sister and I really appreciate the opportunity to be recognized, and obviously the opportunity to have a crew like we have to get out there and do the work every day, day in and day out. And also want to say thanks again, Jeremy, John Kraus, Jeremy Sapp, and Doug Campbell. Those guys have been super good to work with, and appreciate working with just great professionals out there, and them recommending us for this award. So it is a great honor to be recognized, and congratulations to all the other folks out there as well that got this award. So thanks again, and what an honor.
Well, thank you. And I really do, was really interested in some of the innovations, particularly the drones to carry the wires. Some pretty cool stuff you have got going there. So congratulations on a well-deserved award.
Thank you.
Well, again, I would just like to say I think this is a really important program that the Department of Forestry and the Board of Forestry have. It's great to provide this kind of recognition that's so well deserved. Sorry we all couldn't be there in person, but again, appreciate everything that you've done to all the operators to earn this award.
We can still do applause virtually.
Yeah, we have to be unmuted to actually make that work, but yeah.
That's true. Thank you.
Hillary, moving on to the FTLAC testimony, it's my understanding that we don't have FTLAC testimony today. Do we have, so I'm just checking to make sure that's still accurate, and see if we have any other commissioners who would like to provide comments today.
Thanks for that question, Board Chair. There are no commissioners signed up for additional testimony. So that concludes item 4.
Okay. Then we'll move to item 5, the ODF climate change carbon plan item, and welcome John Tokarzek and Danny Norlander for this item, as well as any others you have on board for this.
Thank you, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Dougherty. Again, John Tokarzek, Director, Planning and Analysis Unit. The item that being brought forward was initially intended to be discussed in September, but we have finally had the opportunity to get it back in front, which is relating to the climate change carbon plan as called for by the governor's office in conjunction with the executive order report that was put forward by the agency. This work has been led by Danny Norlander, and I will turn it to Danny to proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, State Forest Authority, members of the board. For the record, I am Danny Norlander. I serve as the Forest Carbon and Forest Health Policy Analysis within the Policy and Analysis Unit of Partnership and Planning. And we're here today to talk about the ODF Climate Change and Carbon Plan. And this was something that was supposed to be brought to you in September. So we were hoping to be further along than we are at this point. But as the situation developed, here we are. Slide. Thanks. So as a quick review, we're here today presenting a work product requested by the governor's office, specifically a letter from the letter that was received by the department in late July. A copy of it is there, and it was presented previously and is in previous board materials, I do believe. So go ahead and slide. So how did we get here? So in March of 2020, Governor Brown signed Executive Order 2004. And we've talked about the requirements that are in that, including the report that the agency submitted. So go ahead and why don't you just progress through all of them, Jason? It was an animated slide when we were. So we've got the governor's order and a variety of other things in there that I will kind of just walk through. So the Executive Order 2004 in March. Following that, as outlined in that, in May, ODF submitted the report that was requested through the Executive Order to the governor's office. That was then followed up by the governor's office, and they provided a letter to the department in July 2020 that outlined that the department was to create a climate change plan. Since then, the staff has been working on developing that. So this really started to take place in late July, and so about 6 months ago. Been working on this about 6 months. So moving forward, we will eventually have a full draft for board review and a public input process that will take place down the road. So to this point, the first thing that we did was kind of create a purpose, vision, and principles for the climate change plan. The purpose was to make Oregon Forestry a leader in climate change mitigation and adaptation, and the department would be a leader in promoting climate smart forest practices and actions that achieve our vision and operationalizing goals, implementing actions, and measuring progress to achieve climate change goals. Slide. So within that, we had a vision that we worked with the executive team to develop, and that was that the Oregon Board of Forestry and the Department of Forestry would provide national leadership in climate smart and socially equitable forest policies that ensure climate health, resilient forests, and a viable forest products industry in vibrant rural communities. Slide. We developed principles that would guide the plan and the implementation of the climate change plan. And those included that climate change is a serious threat, that we have less than a decade to alter the behaviors if we want to avoid catastrophic impacts, that we must be innovative, creative, and proactive in working towards solutions and not reactionary to the results of climate change. Also that Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities have been and continue to be some of the most climate impacted communities. Forest policies will be shaped through the lens of social justice and equity, and actions prioritized to benefit historically and currently underserved communities. That one's been spelled out specifically within the executive order, and then a variety of other mechanisms that have developed since that time. And lastly, the Oregon's forest sector offers opportunities for significant sequestration and storage, both in the woods and in harvested wood products. Slide. So to meet all of the, to reach the vision and fulfill the purpose, the department staff and leadership developed 8 specific action goals. That is, climate-informed forestry, fire response and fire and smoke adapted communities, state forest management, federal forest restoration, urban and community forests, reforestation and afforestation, to maintain and conserve forests, and then research and monitoring. So there's more specifics on each of those, and we'll move into those now. So the first one is climate-informed forestry. And the goal under climate-informed forestry is that we will encourage the just and equitable transition to climate-informed forestry that optimizes climate mitigation and adaptation while maintaining a sustainable flow of wood products to ensure long-term resource benefits and viability of the forest products industry. So this gets to the point of climate smart forestry that was outlined in the governor's letter and by the board members, and a large number of public comments that we have received on this topic over the last several months. So climate smart forestry originates out of the UN FAO. So that's the Food and Agriculture Organization, about 10 years ago. Originally focused on agriculture as a climate smart focus. It was adapted to forestry starting about 2017. So it's a relatively new concept that is being utilized and researched as a means to work within natural solutions and natural and working lands to help mitigate and adapt to climate change throughout the world. It has three main areas, including removing or reducing greenhouse gas emissions, adapting and building forest resilience to climate change, and sustainably increasing forest productivity and income throughout the industry. So this goal is intended to pertain to all forest lands falling under the FPA, not specific to state forest lands, which will be talked about later. A specific goal for the Board of Forestry, specific goal for the Board of Forestry and the State Forest Division managed lands follows in a few slides. Slide. So fire management, response, and fire and smoke adapted communities is the thrust of the next goal, and that is to modernize Oregon's complete and coordinated wildfire protection system to respond to the increased severity of and incidence of wildfire, and to promote fire and smoke adapted communities and wild and urban interface to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate induced increases in wildfire severity. And this is done through a variety of means, including prescribed burning, thinning, and other forest health treatments that are outlined later on in the supporting actions. Slide. State forest management. So the governor's office letter outlines that the department is to be a leader in climate smart, climate informed forestry in the region and in the nation. So one of the ways that we can do that is by leading by example. And this one is specifically lead by example and demonstrate climate smart forest management on state forests to achieve the greatest permanent value. So that would be taking place across Oregon's state forests. And I think that's about it for that one. So, slide. Our federal forest restoration program has long been working to increase the pace and scale and quality of federal restoration or federal forest restoration to increase the resilience to increase wildfire severity and insects and diseases. So this goal supports the implementation and recommendations of the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response, as well as the shared stewardship agreement that has been put in place with the U.S. Forest Service and the department. Slide. Our urban and community forest program is small, but hopefully will grow with the governor's recommended budget. And this goal is to increase the extent and resilience of urban and community forests and to maximize the climate mitigation and health benefits of urban forest canopy. And as we heard in our November board meeting presentations, there are a host of benefits to having increased urban forest canopy, and not just from a climate standpoint, but from also a health and population standpoint. And this goal works to increase that urban forest canopy and down the road achieve the benefits that would bring along with it. Slide. So reforestation and afforestation is one of the primary ways that national working lands have been identified to mitigate climate change down the road. So this goal facilitate and encourage the reforestation of areas burned by wildfire and afforestation of low productivity lands that are understocked or not in forest use. And this can be areas of low productivity forest land, shrubland, woodlands, agriculture. So there's a variety of areas where it could be increased. And in some areas that actually brings back ecosystems that have been removed over time, but primarily as a climate change mitigation. So there are some barriers to this, and some of those are seedling availability. As we've been talking about, and as we've heard in previous discussions today, seedling availability will be an issue, especially as we have large fires across the landscape. Workforce availability is always one that comes up. Having the right people to plant and manage the increase in forest land creates problems. We may run into some sector resistance if we propose converting like low productivity ag lands. There are probably some resistance to that, but and that has actually been called out by the IPCC, and that's what is shown on the screen there, is one of the things that is an issue with afforestation and reforestation of low productivity lands is food scarcity down the road as you remove agricultural land and put it into forest. And there's a variety of options that could be looked at for that, including things like silvopasture, agroforestry, where you actually achieve multiple benefits on the same acreage. And then land use considerations. Fortunately, Oregon has strong land use laws that have been in place since the 1970s, and that has prevented a lot of loss that other states have seen. And we have 98% of the forest lands still that we had when those laws were put in place. Slide. And that leads us to the maintain and conserve forest. And we want to support a strong but flexible land use planning system as a cornerstone of maintaining Oregon's forests on private land. And that's been very effective, as I mentioned, over time. Slide. And lastly, research and monitoring. So maintain a research and monitoring program to inform policy and measure accomplishment and goals. And this is, in my opinion, the keystone to the other 7 goals. Without the monitoring aspect, we're unable to know if we are achieving the goals or adapt to the actions to reach the goals that we are aiming at. So we're planning on doing this through a revisit of the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report, our Harvested Wood Products Report, and future work that's ongoing about the social implications, economic implications and climate implications of a variety of management scenarios. So that work has been started and is taking place. And we heard some of that through the American Forest piece that was presented in November. Those are just small parts of the research and monitoring side of things that would be implemented. Slide. So as currently developed, there are a number of supporting actions within the plan. These support the purpose and vision of the plan and are not tied to specific goals. Each supporting action likely works to address multiple goals, and likewise, multiple goals interact with different actions. I'm not going to read through all of these, and this is just a few of the ones that have been incorporated into the plan at this point. And following board input and the public input process, we hope to actually grow the supporting actions and make those fit in well with the rest of the plan. Slide. So those supporting actions will take place using a DEI lens as outlined in the governor's executive order. So that's utilization of the equity blueprint from the climate adaptation framework that will be released hopefully very soon. And that the department actually has been working with the Department of Land Conservation and Development and the Oregon Health Authority to develop, and then ensuring outreach to Black, Indigenous, tribal, people of color, in the decision process. These are groups that have traditionally been underrepresented in the decision process. We want to ensure that they have their voice. And then include vulnerable populations in the decision process, including natural resource dependent communities, lower income and traditionally underrepresented communities, groups, and people. So since this work actually began, there's been a variety of things that have stood up, including the Racial Justice Council, the Impacted Communities Work Group from the Executive Order, the Climate Adaptation Framework Equity Blueprint took place or started working about the same time that the Executive Order came out. And then we will work with the Environmental Justice Task Force on these actions as well. Slide. So moving forward, we will continue to draft the plan. As staff, we will work with the executive team members and the board on what is in the plan. We'll also work on with the executive team and the board on the public input process, what that looks like. We'll incorporate broader work, including the climate adaptation framework and various other things that are milling about. We'll conduct the public input process that we finalize with the board and the executive team. And then ultimately we'll bring this plan to the board for review. Slide. So the timeline for that is we're going to first determine the public input process. That will happen in the first quarter of 2021. Part of that will take place today and then down the road through the executive team and potentially further board conversations. The draft will be completed once we have that in place so that we can present that to the public and the board for further review. We'll get input from the public, input from the board, and then finalize the draft into a final product around the fourth quarter of this year. Slide. So that brings us to the considerations that I want to kind of have some conversation on today. The first being the public input process, and that would be a couple of options there. Now, we're not looking for a decision, just kind of a conversation about what the board thinks is the appropriate way to go. And then I want to know if the board thinks that there's any goals that are missing and have a conversation about that. So that's pretty much the end of my presentation. And I was hoping that we could have that conversation now.
Great. Thanks for laying that out and for also being clear about the sort of input you're looking for at this point. So asking board members with respect to both of these, one is really the public input process and the two options that Annie has mentioned, and the other is what's missing. Looking to see Joe Justice. Joe, why don't you start?
Yeah. I like the goals. I don't frankly see anything missing. I think it's very complete, and I appreciate the work that's been done. I think the more opportunity we can have for public input, I think we should use that. And I don't know your options there. I want to make sure that we provide that opportunity. I'll just be very interested in the the measurable goals that we begin to, how we're going to measure success against these things. And of course, I have a very special interest in federal forest restoration and the work of the governor's, wildfire council and the very lawful, the understanding of all the tremendous amount of restoration that has to happen on federal forests and how these goals and how we measure that, our success towards those very lofty goals are measured. So, that's really my comment. Thank you.
And Brenda?
Yeah, thank you. Danny, could you put up the list of goals again that you had up there just a few minutes ago? There were a few comments I had. One, I want to echo Joe's comment. I think that what strikes me is goals that can be quantified and measured and monitored so that we can understand whether or not we're making progress. And so that was one piece. And then one of the goals was research, I think. If it's not part of that goal, then I would think monitoring would be a part of that goal. Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, it's already there, research and monitoring. But for each one of these 8, I think it would be really helpful to have identified metrics associated with each of them so that you can implement a monitoring plan and a monitoring program to ensure that we're making progress. One thing that struck me was the recent testimony that we received by the Oregon League of Women Voters, and I thought that they laid out, quite a few points and questions that really do point to the need for some metrics that we need to identify here. Relative to your question about, whether we have board input and then public comment and then board input again. I would think, given the level of interest in board members currently, and I would assume that there probably will be some as new board members are appointed, keeping the board engaged throughout this would be a really good idea. But I also agree with Joe that the more public input that we can get, the better off we'll be to be sure that we're making decisions that are going to be understood by the general public. So I would opt for the first one, but I think that the second one is okay as long as you can keep us informed and engaged.
And
I think.
Go ahead.
I think our intention is to continue to engage with the board members throughout this whole process, as we have been the last few months.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. That's great. Thing that you alluded to in the climate-informed forestry was the point about greenhouse gas emissions, and so. And then there are a whole lot of other suggestions and great ideas that you have in your goals. And just as a point of curiosity from my part, I was wondering if you could summarize quickly the guidance that you've provided to State Forest Division regarding their plans for salvage logging and other activities on the Santee Am.
Danny, it appears you are frozen.
Sorry, Danny.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
And now, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see me moving?
Yes.
I'll go ahead. Okay. I'm using my phone, so at least you have my audio, but I can't unmute myself if I'm frozen. The joys of the virtual environment. John may have a little bit more input on the State Forest interaction. He's been involved with some of the work around that more than I have. So we haven't had direct conversation with State Forest at this point. At least I haven't.
Just to confirm what Danny just said, and in respect to your question, Brenda, with respect to the Santee Am, that conversation hasn't occurred explicitly.
Okay, thanks for letting me know that. I find that a little bit troubling.
Okay. More questions or comments, Brenda?
No more from me. Thank you, Tom.
All right. Jim?
You're on mute, Jim.
Jim Kelly?
Yeah, could you not hear me? Could you not hear me?
For a minute there, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what went on there. All right. I'm concerned about process. In some of these areas, there's obviously not a lot of meat on the bones. And and I'll use state forest as an example. So we've got essentially a platitude out there saying we'd like to lead by example there. And if that's all we're going to do, and then put that out to stakeholder comments and or input, who's really providing the leadership? Shouldn't staff be starting to present under something like state forest? Here's some of the ideas that are being considered, or do you really want that to be completely essentially from stakeholders? And I think that applies to some of these other areas as well. So know what your comment would be on that.
Well, so in the draft forest management plan, there's a whole section on climate change. And I would argue that state forest is already close to optimal rotation age on average for carbon sequestration because of their other goals, such for greatest permanent value, habitat. The data bears it out. Speaking of metrics, that they have the highest per acre carbon sequestration rate of any land. It's not significantly higher than industrial, but it's the rate is the highest numerically and at the highest overall. And they are storing more carbon per acre than represented by the ownership. So I think they're already showing some leadership in a very different kind of forestry with managing for greatest permanent value. And so, one of the challenges of creating a very subject-oriented work plan is that we are getting input and review by all the divisions, but there will be more meat to the bone, but we didn't want to bring you a lot of meat to the bones and have you dive into the weeds until we were sure we were being inclusive enough in the goals. And then we can, try to stay at a high level first and get your direction there before we go on. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I think it's helpful, but I mean, Peter, in terms of the state forest example, I mean, that was what some of the criticism of the first response to the governor was just kind of a list of what we're already doing. And yeah, I think we need to be moving beyond that approach with other ideas, more meat on the bones. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Brenda, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, just wanted to follow up on that conversation regarding state forests. I would love to see the data that would illustrate that state forests are already sequestering more carbon than any other landowner in the state of Oregon, given the rotation ages that they're proposing in their forest management plans. That certainly would be at odds with what some of the research is indicating for us. So maybe, Peter, you can share that with the board?
We have shared it. It's in the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report. It's in the details, but I think
it doesn't include the studies done by Bev Law and others. So it's clearly a difference of interpretation of existing research.
So yeah, and I wasn't talking about research. I was talking about, well, again, it's a model, but it's based on the actual data collected across all ownership. Again, there's a wide degree of variance among ownerships because of number of plots. But as you heard in November, we're also intensifying the number of plots on state forest. So it's based on.
So you're referring to the FAA data analysis?
Yes.
Oh, well, we need to be dealing with carbon sequestration with a little bit more grain than FIA data plots across multiple ownerships. So yeah, again, I'd love to see the data that would illustrate that state forest management is sequestering more carbon than other land ownerships. I just have not seen that level of detail yet.
Okay, Danny, on the question about public input, I think the practical matter is that if you get input from the board and then you go through a public input process, you'll be bringing that back to the board. You'll be advising the board, I would assume, of what you're gaining through that process. And it will be unavoidable, and also a good thing, that the board will provide you with some reaction to that. So you in effect, you'll be doing that, whether it's a formal part of the process or not. So I mean, and I think that's probably a good thing, that you do the first option, and which also I think recognizes the reality. So just in terms of my own response on that.
Okay. So what I'm kind of hearing is that involving the board as we go along and kind of having a simultaneous public process is what people are thinking.
Yeah,
is a good approach. Okay, and that's kind of what we have been leaning towards. And I just wanted to clarify that everyone's good with that.
Yeah.
And I do want to. One thing that I think has been missing, and that may be on me for not clarifying it in the pre-board materials and the staff report, is that what the attachment that was provided is kind of a snippet of what's been developed at this point. So we wanted to get the higher level stuff as Peter outlined so that we could make sure that there was alignment with the board and that we weren't going down a road where we have to do continual revision to get to the point where we want that the board sees where we should be. So the goals, the supporting actions, all of that has been fleshed out quite a bit at this point already. So I don't want people, and we did get some public comments that seem to have that understanding or misunderstanding there. So I just wanted to make that clear that we are further along than just that at this point. But because this was the initial time that we were bringing it to the board, we just wanted to have that high level look on things. So.
Great. Anything else then on this topic before we, Jim Kelly?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if Danny and all can help us as we go forward, because we've got quite a list here of areas that we can be working on, and we all know that timing is important in terms of taking action soon. So I'm really going to be paying attention to what is the lowest hanging fruit. And of course, staff's going to be often in the best position to be able to advise us on that. So just so you know that we, at least speaking for myself, have a keen interest to, as we're going forward, to get that advice back to us.
Great. Oh, sorry, did I interrupt, Jim?
That's it.
Thanks for that, Jim. And we kind of, in the policy option package, I think we have a mix of low hanging fruit. We could start moving very quickly. One of those is in the urban forestry program. They're ready to go except for capacity. And there's a good body of work out there and a lot of cooperators. And I kind of hinted at it in my closing and my state forester comments, but we could really use your help getting that policy option package. You know how controversial sometimes any kind of climate work is in the Capitol, but I think you've talked before about utilizing board members for supporting ledge concepts or ideas at the legislature, and this is in the governor's recommended budget. So I would love to follow up with you. And one low hanging fruit would be to get the resources really, that we really could use to really move forward on this.
Okay. So if we're ready to move on, the last thing we have is our meeting wrap up and any closing comments that folks have to make. So why don't we just take a quick look at the agenda that we've just run through and see if there's any follow-up or anything we need to do to make sure that we're all clear on what we've done and where we've been. So is there anything off of that consent agenda list that we want to follow up on and make sure of?
Yeah, it came up, I think, a little bit in Jim's and Brenda's comments.
Mm-hmm.
And it has been on and off a little confusing. What are we approving or quote approving when we accept a consent agenda informational report? And I had never thought about it because when I think about it, the informational report has no recommendation, so the board's not making a decision. They're merely accepting it. But when they have a concern about the report, then they want there was a question of, is it clear enough to know that that's all we're doing when we accept when we accept the consent agenda. And I think we changed the wording this time on the motion to say accept the consent rather than approved, and hope that. But there was also a question, do we want to include something that like a recommendation that says the department recommends that the board accept the report?
Well, another way of doing it is to acknowledge the report.
To acknowledge the report.
Yeah.
Acknowledge receipt of the report.
And I would think in this instance, because we did have some feedback, we would want to ask that feedback be provided to the, in this case, to OFRI, I think, as, just as helpful feedback, I think and I think that's the spirit in which it was provided. But I've, acceptance, I don't want to, can do what folks would feel most comfortable doing, but acknowledgement strikes me as maybe more accurately doing what we're doing here. But I see Brenda's got a hand up, so.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Tom. My suggestion would be that a yay vote for the consent agenda where there are reports like this is acknowledgement of receipt of the report with no value judgment placed on it at all. That can be brought up in the discussion, which I think we did today.
Yeah, and so, thanks, Brenda. And that's the wording I wrote down, acknowledgement of receipt of report. And so we can formally put that recommendation in informational report and still say it's informational, but the staff recommends, and then it would be in the record of the report.
Right.
So that as you accept the consent agenda, it's very clear all you're doing is acknowledging receipt of the report.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great, thanks. I just wanted it came up and just wanted to take a moment to discuss that.
Anything else from the consent agenda list today?
The other one follow-up that Brenda raised, and it is an issue of ours, is really encouraging, trying to increase the diversity of our board committees. And we will work on that, and I will carry that message to our area directors. And Jim, related to that, there is another vacancy on the Eastern Oregon Committee, and you had someone, so I will reach out to you and follow up on that separately.
Okay, and Brenda?
Yeah, thanks, Peter, for your follow-up on that. I appreciate that. It certainly is a topic that's of high interest in OWEB, and I'm sure it is in other state agencies too. What I have heard for 4.5 decades at universities, and I hear in state agencies as well, is that it's really difficult to find people to fill these slots that represent various aspects of diversity. And that's been going on for a long time. We can do better. And so, ODF isn't the only agency dealing with these issues. There are others too. We've learned a lot of lessons in universities and industries. I think there needs to be some guidance and some expectations with some teeth placed regarding improving diversity representation.
I couldn't agree with you more, and it's a long cultural change, and it has been a top priority ever since I've become state forester. And again, we hopefully will get some needed in capacity in those areas, which we're now, again, something to weigh in on at the Capitol, as well as the governor's recommended budget for our 2 positions in diversity, equity, inclusion program. That would really give us some boost to put some teeth, particularly around our own organization, which I'm concerned about. But I think as well with committee members as well. So thanks for your support on that.
All right. Item 2, the 2020 to 2022 board work plans revision discussion. Any kind of further clarification or issues or follow-up around this that we should be talking about?
Well, just for, kind of documenting it on the record, there was a number of directions around approaches and content in the work plan that the board's raised, and we committed to making sure those get in the minutes and that they're reflected, and so that when the board did approve the recommendation, they approved it as guided by the board's discussion. So just wanted to remind the board members, that was kind of the gist of that discussion, and it will be prudent to take a really good look at the draft minutes when we get and make sure we get that right.
And I might just add a little something here, since we had some discussion and I was asked a little bit about my own, it's the what do we do when we're anticipating new board members, and in a way I don't really want to get into it, but I guess one thing I would think about is you're about to have 4 new board members, so that the 3 of you who remain will be in a minority position with the new board. And I think if you think back on your own time when you first came here, there's always a little bit of tension between, what the board has been working on and thinks it's really been clear about why it should be working on those things. And then you have new people, and you go through an adjustment process to that. So I think more than anything else, that's what I would ask and suggest, that we used to call you guys the new board members. Well, you're now the old board members, except for me, and I'm a really old board member, but I'm taking care of that. So it's more just thinking about that and the kind of work that we're doing, because you'll want to be able to, I think, it doesn't do us a ton of good to get so, on every issue, to get so far committed and down the road that there's not room for flexibility that you'll need to have to accommodate the new members who will soon be, soon, I shouldn't say soon. Let me put an asterisk about soon, that it means sometime in the next, millennium. Anyway, I don't really, I think, need to say any more than that, but that's more the spirit of what I was thinking about, and maybe not have articulated when we were discussing it earlier. So just to add that. I won't ask you to think about lunch and whether there's anything you'd like to do to improve that or be clear about. I spent my lunch paying attention to what is going on in our capital in DC, and it's really disturbing, but it's also out of our reach. Forest Practice Operator of the Year awards. Anything that you think about that should be done differently about those, or any comments? To me, it's a really nice thing to be able to do outside of the policy arena that is recognition for things that people are doing above and beyond. So
yeah, the staff always does such a good job with that, and I really appreciate the work that they put into that. That's a lot of work to do that, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I would also add, nowadays that when we have, because of COVID, not able to do field trips and tours, this is watching some of that is like a little field trip. It was really useful, good for me to see on the ground the new use of technology and the efforts to lower the impact of the logging and all. It's really great, and so I really appreciated it. And I did want to say in reference, I also wanted to bring up what is happening in Washington, D.C. today. And I just think the comparison to what goes on in, what's going on in this meeting, the level of civility, that we can have different opinions and we treat each other with, do a pretty good job of treating staff with respect. I've always been impressed, as I was impressed today, by stakeholders who come and testify, who generally, with rarest of exceptions, deal with us respectfully and deal with each other respectfully, even though they have very differing opinions. It's quite a comparison to what is going on in DC, and I just hope for the safety of our congressional members from Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I lived and worked there for a significant, I continued to work there even when I wasn't employed there, but it's just stunning to see this where it was today. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I was going to comment about when you brought up lunch earlier, I was going to make a comment about the same thing. I spent my lunch watching what was going on in our nation's capital, which left me incredibly distraught for the rest of the afternoon. So I apologize if I was a little bit short, perhaps. Speaking of Jim's comment about civility, I'm just beside myself. This is not the country that I thought we had. I'm really upset.
Okay. Nothing on FTLAC. ODF climate change carbon plan. Anything for us?
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick comments on that. First of all, I really appreciate what a very small group of people in ODF are doing to try to advance the climate plan for the agency. I've spoken with each of them individually as well as collectively, and they really are working hard within the mandate that they have. I continue to push for understanding how greenhouse gas emissions will be minimized through all aspects of forest management, and that's what I'll be looking for. I know that they've heard me on this, and I appreciate them listening to that. The one thing that left me a bit troubled this afternoon was the fact that this group had not been consulted regarding the Santiam Forest Management implementation planning that's just occurred. If we are indeed going to be using our state forests as models for carbon smart decarbonized forestry, while at the same time providing timber to mills and habitat for fish and wildlife and recreational opportunities. The State Forest Division should be reaching out to get some guidance from the people who have been looking at this issue for quite a while now, and they have a lot to offer. So I guess I would just encourage that take place.
You're talking about the interagency aspect of it?
No, within the ODF.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So within ODF, you have the group of climate change folks, Danny and John and Andrew. They should be consulted when the Santiam Forest Plan is being developed. But yes, interagency as well, Tom. I think that seeking guidance from ODFW, from DEQ, from the Oregon Global Warming Commission, all, and probably more that I'm not thinking about at the moment.
And we will have that back on the agenda in March, right?
Yeah. For the plan, for the state forest plan, yes.
Okay. Anything else? Well, I think we are done. So thanks everybody for your participation in this small group that the board currently is. And let's hope that it's larger by next time that we meet. Thanks. This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. And thanks, staff. You did a